All right, with that, we're going to call the July 15th meeting of the West Sacramento City Council to order, as well as the Redevelopment Successor Agency and Financing Authority. Alicia, would all staff please go on mute? All right, so the council did meet in closed session this evening for the purpose of conferring with our legal counsel regarding settlement negotiations between the City of West Sacramento and R&L Business Management. And the settlement was approved by a 5-0 vote in closed session. The substance of the agreement is that Eco Green, the party to the suit, will make a $10,000 payment in exchange for full release and dismissal from the litigation. In addition to the R&L Business Management case. And then also, and all 5 council members were recorded as aye votes: Cabaldon, Sandin, Ledesma, Orozco, and Guerrero. Mr. City Attorney, one additional item, and I may just be reading this report.
No, there's no additional report required. There was also a meeting on initiation of litigation, but no action was taken.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we are meeting this evening pursuant to Executive Order 9-29-20 by the Governor of California, pursuant to which members of the West Sacramento City Council and staff are meeting via teleconference to reduce the spread of COVID-19. The meeting is being live streamed both on the city's website and on Wave Cable Channel 20, as well as being recorded. And members of the public have been invited to submit public comments, testimony to the city clerk by 6 o'clock the day of the meeting. Those comments are provided directly to each member of the City Council in their original form, and also are available to every member of the public on the website right next to the agenda and video for this evening's meeting. So with that, we'll proceed to item 1A, which is presentations by the public on matters not on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Madam Clerk, do we have public comment items under item 1A?
Good evening, Mayor Cabaldon. No, we did not receive any public comment for this item.
All right, thank you very much. Then we'll proceed to item 1B, which is council communications. Are there reports or the communications from our liaison assignments noted on the agenda? Councilmember Guerrero.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regional Water Authority convened on July 9th, and there were a few action items. Mr. Dan Rich was approved to fill a vacancy for the Regional Water Authority's Executive Committee. An MOU was also approved, and that MOU is shared between the Regional Water Authority, the Sacramento Central Groundwater Authority, and that's for shared work. And the Federal Affairs Standing Committee also gave a recommendation for HR 7073, Congressmember Garamendi, and this bill will allow special districts access to coronavirus relief funds. And this is a proposal that would bring in job opportunities for our water infrastructure projects. There are 3 projects that are being proposed here in West Sacramento. And we really need this to spur an economic recovery here for job recovery. And that includes the Linden Acres water main replacement and installation of meters. Also the State Streets water main replacement project, and the water line and services replacement along the West Capitol Avenue. Some of these projects are moving forward, but they can also use additional funding, federal funding, through this particular proposal. And there's education going on in Congress to try to get this particular proposal approved. And I also participated in a work group with Sacramento to increase education among the Latino community on COVID prevention, and it's an ongoing effort. I had been convened with our Yolo County Media Relations Specialist so that we can expand efforts to educate our Latinx population to reduce the spread of COVID. That concludes my report. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Guerrero. Councilmember Ledesma.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to report out on the meeting we had this past Monday, July 13th. At the Yolo County Transportation District. It was a lengthy meeting as we're catching up on some business, but notably around ongoing service and how we're going to staff up or sort of get the funding we need. So there's some items there about supporting some proposed state federal funding that's in play. and asking the LA transit districts across the country. Also, we did authorize an amendment to a contract for comprehensive operational analysis, which was pretty, I'll spend just a couple minutes on. As you're all aware, we got briefed by YCTD a few months ago on the COA, which was looking at ways to streamline routes. They made recommendations. It was a really good exercise that wasn't quite done. A lot of outreach was about to take place to the public and throughout West Sacramento and the rest of Yolo County. Unfortunately, that was all disrupted by COVID, which also put a major dent in ridership over the last few months. So it caused the board to really have a good discussion on Monday night about proceeding forward with that COA, the comprehensive operational analysis. And in short, what we've asked them to do is go forward with getting the outreach. We need to start getting to a new normal, but on kind of two conditions or two caveats by the board. One is around ensuring that the public can access, I should say there's 3 points. One is around the public having access digitally. It's going to be difficult to get outreach through Zoom calls or through other mechanisms, especially those who may not have access. So that's one of the asks that we have, is to make sure we do everything we can to get that outreach done. Two is to make sure there is robust outreach to the jurisdictions. All the jurisdictions have been reporting out the need to, as we have talked about, manage the district's expenses to make sure we are looking forward in a prudent way so as not to have any surprises for our member jurisdictions on service levels being extended while ridership is down and keeping expenses up. So we asked them to meet with all the city districts, jurisdictions, agencies, our city included, to get feedback on things like VIA, its status, to get feedback on budgeting issues and where it thinks ridership may be. And then third is we did start talking about just the need to have fiscal projections as part of this. That's the big issue for at least me, and I think the board agreed with me that we need to start drawing up, as we have done in the city, start to look ahead at years to come, what budgeting might be around. Again, the district is looking at about $11 million in funding from the CARES Act. That certainly fills a hole. The problem is if the hole remains, at some point it's got to come back to the cities. And that is where we're asking to kind of take some time to really do some financial projections. So those are the three areas that we really emphasized as part of that contract. So hopefully to the city manager and to the staff that works on transit issues, kind of stay tuned for that, and we will be back in touch on those items. Other than that, that was the majority of the meeting, as well as a couple of administration type actions. So that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ledesma. Mayor Pro Tem Sandin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening. Yolo County Housing and the New Hope Community Development Corporation held a special joint meeting on July 9th. The New Hope Community Development Corporation ratified an executed agreement for the acquisition and rehabilitation of 1214 East 8th Street in Davis for an adult residential treatment service facility. The two boards also appointed Sandra Sigrist as the new interim CEO, executive director of the agencies. Valley Clean Energy also met on July 9th. The board approved an updated procurement plan for clean renewable energy, heard an update on its integrated resource plan, approved a draft legislative platform to guide the agenda's lobbyists, including power cost indifference adjustments, public safety power shutoffs, resource adequacy, and renewable energy generation sources. The executive director reported to the board that our council was evaluating our associate membership with Valley Clean Energy, an item which council knows is on our consent agenda tonight. And then earlier today, Reclamation District 900 met. We approved a revised contract for environmental consulting for the Blacker Canal Ditch Project, approved a professional services agreement for financial support services, heard updates from the general manager on Reclamation District projects, including coordination on drainage for a project that is on our agenda as well this evening. Those are my reports. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Sandin. There are no further reports. Then we'll proceed to the consent agenda, which is items 2 through 10. So are there items on consent for separate consideration or action, or any other questions or comments? Councilmember Rose?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 5, please.
Okay, item 5. Councilmember Rosemont?
Item 8, please.
All right, any others? All right, then item 5. Yes, was there another one? Okay, item 5 is consideration and approval of fiscal year 2021 contract with Downtown Streets Incorporated and adoption of resolution 20-67 approving appropriation from Measure E Fund. Councilmember Roscoe.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last year, Downtown Streets team was named one of 5 California evidence-based best practices for ending homelessness by the California State Association of Counties and League of California Cities. Our very own West Sac Downtown Streets team was only the second in the organization's history to launch with a full team here, and it did so with a bang. If one reads the report year after year, they could see that there have been measurable outcomes from this model program. Specifically, even despite the fact that COVID hit our city and pretty much shut us down, we have had 18 Downtown Streets team crew members who have been permanently housed. There's been 7 that are reported lasting employment, but that also doesn't consider those who were unfortunately laid off or whose businesses closed and they weren't able to continue with their work. I feel like this number is a little low because frankly, anecdotally, I've seen at Rayleigh's and at Grocery Outlet and at Goodwill and Walmart, many of our crew members who have experienced lasting employment and who have changed their lives. But more importantly, on a personal level, I know personally 3 team members who have participated in substance abuse treatment, one of whom I've even championed on social media for remaining sober after battling an addiction with alcohol for many years. And that person has been one of our permanent crew members since the inception of the program. For those folks who still aren't familiar with Downtown Streets, essentially the model is as we would take self-selected volunteers who get on a waiting list to be a part of this program, and they will attend weekly meetings that are check-in meetings. They have to attend these meetings in order to remain on the waiting list and to receive their stipends. But essentially, the team members will receive a yellow shirt, and they can perform community beautification efforts in the city of West Sacramento in exchange for stipends that will help pay for basic essential needs like food or even a cell phone bill or housing. In addition, they receive wraparound services and employment assistance. And if you go to a meeting, you'll see people passing around job announcements and folks have an opportunity to submit their resume. And in that vein, if they don't have a resume, they get assistance making a resume or applying for a driver's license or social security card. Some of those items that we often take for granted as we navigate the institutions around us, but for some others might be quite difficult. In addition, housing assistance and other peer support mechanisms. What we get a beautification to our community. We have fewer sharps needles that have been discarded because we have folks who are trained to pick those up. We have less litter. We have graffiti that can be removed. We have trash and from encampments that are being removed from these volunteers. And the benefit to the teammates obviously are the services that they receive, but also a connection to the community that they've never experienced in the past. Also a very positive response from the community. I remember not too long ago hearing that one of the Zen City reports, the Downtown Streets team received one of the most overwhelming positive responses from City of West Sacramento residents. So it has a wide range of support because it's essentially a win-win for our community. Not only do the members get an opportunity to escape the cycle of homelessness by receiving services that help them move away from that experience, but also we get the benefits of their work and seeing them become and reintegrate into our community. So with that, I want to thank our program managers, Corbin and Heather, who have dedicated countless hours to, even after hours, to our teammates, our crew members, and also Rachel Davidson, who entered this program as a program manager and is now the supervisor of those program managers. I'm really excited about the prospect of renewing this contract with Downtown Streets. Even though we got cut off mid-year, the work still needs to be done. And I look forward to giving these opportunities to folks who want to step up and make a difference in our community. So I ask for this council support for this item. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Orozco. I know we're all extraordinarily proud of the program. I know I'm looking forward to voting for this item tonight, and the example that it's provided in the community for what our little town is capable of, and both the humanity for the individuals and the dignity and the opportunities that you've described so well, and so profoundly, and for everyone else in the community who knows that they are supporting the journey that folks who are experiencing homelessness in our community, that they're supporting them on their way to a better future and off of the streets and into safe and secure lives. And we know, I mean, even before COVID, the crisis, the deep crisis of homelessness that all of America has been facing, but certainly our own community as well. And you know, the best solution is getting folks out of homelessness in the first place. And this program has proven to be effective. It's proven to be efficient. It's getting the job done. And so I know we're just really proud of it. It's been for the item that I know we're going to be taking up as perhaps the main event of the evening with respect to policing. This program has been a beacon for that effort, an example for internal and external stakeholders to see how things can work when we meet people where they are and see them for who they are and who they are trying to become, and the barriers that they're facing and how we might help them, and how public safety is about a lot of things, and this Downtown Streets has really shown that way. I'm also really proud. It's an example of I don't even before Councilmember Orozco was Councilmember Orozco, and her passion for this project and for the opportunities, even when it wasn't so obvious as it is today. Of course, it's hard to imagine anybody today saying this isn't a great idea, but this was a fight, and it's a great example of somebody having an idea in the community, running for city council to try to make it happen, and working diligently and hard in order to accomplish it, and changing our community. And changing what's possible, not just in this program, but as I say, with implications across the board. And so, congratulations to you, on the contribution and leadership that you've provided for this program and in the community on this efforts, and also being out on the streets with folks. Not just casting a vote here, but really being with them and understanding their journey and the journey of others that are helping to support. I know we're all extraordinarily proud of the program, of the effort, of the partnership, of you, and most of all of the people experiencing homelessness in our community members, our family members, our friends, the folks who we may have known through our lives who have fallen through the cracks, who have stepped up. And for them, they're also taking a chance on this program. They're stepping up and saying, yeah, I'm going to be visible. I'm going to take a step, and I'm going to take that support that the city is offering. And so congratulations, and I'm looking forward to the renewal and the further action and expansion through this contract. All right, item 8 is consideration of resolution 20-71, withdrawing the city of West Sacramento from the Valley Clean Energy Authority, Joint Powers Authority. Councilmember Ledesma.
Thank you, and I didn't feel it was appropriate to comment when Mayor Pro Tem Sandin was giving the update on this meeting. So first of all, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sandin, for your leadership on this committee. You and Mayor Cabaldo have been serving on this JPA for some time, and I'm supportive of this item. But I want to thank you for working with Valley Clean Energy, our colleagues in Yolo County, as they tried to stand up this CCA and see if there was a fit for West Sacramento residents and businesses for an energy solution going forward. It's become really apparent. The VCA, I think, was started because they were trying to address two things. One is rates and competitive rates in their cities, but two is it was on green energy and a cleaner energy coming from kind of the sources of where they buy it from. So, and I give credit to our colleagues in Yolo County who continue to try to work with it and are giving valiant efforts to try to do that. What I did want to bring up here, though, was for those of you on council, at least for me, is to really double down on our efforts to continue on this effort. I know I brought up on the last council meeting the finalization of the Mayor's Commission on Climate Change and their findings, and one of the main findings was a recommendation of advocacy on their part, on the unanimous vote from Sacramento businesses, community leaders, and public elected officials to help us find an energy solution. And so I know, Doug, I think you're the staff member on this, and the city manager. I believe we are having an agenda item soon to kind of brief council and the public on sort of the findings we've had to date, or the findings out of the Mayor's Commission on Climate Change. And I just wanted to make sure we spend some time focused on kind of what's next around our initiative to find. I know it's even on our, and later in the agenda, on our strategic plan to find a reliable energy partner from rate perspective and from a resiliency perspective. So I just want to put this kind of bookmark it for council here, that we can, as part of that presentation, is making sure we spend some time on this endeavor, because I think if we can find, we're exiting this one is not the end of our journey. I think it turns our attention to what's possible next, either through working with SMUD on trying to find a path forward on maybe an annexation or maybe some other path to getting that. I mean, when we're painting, it's, again, for us, it's twofold. When to reach our climate goal, we need an energy partner that's not in the middle of Chapter 11 messy reorganization, although they'll be coming out of it. Two, it's when our residents and businesses pay 30 to 40% more in rates than they would being basically 100 yards away from Sacramento. It's just not an advantage for our residents. So again, I'm going to be underscoring this and kind of hoping that at a future council date, when we do bring up climate change, that this one gets pulled off, or at least gets called out as a kind of one initial work streams that we can work on, because it is that important to us. So again, thank you for your work on that, and I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Ledesma. Mr. Laurel?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I can give a quick update. We are planning to bring that item forward to the council, I believe, on August 19th. We'll make sure, I don't know if David Tilley's on the line tonight, but we'll make sure that through Doug, that gets passed on, and we can make sure that the item you're talking about gets incorporated into that presentation. So thank you.
All right, thank you. And thanks, Mr. Ledesma, for emphasizing this again. This is the Climate Commission recommendations are key. And as you've noted, this is, many of us have worked on the energy issue a couple of times. And the one thing that we know is it's not just a simple vote, right? It's not a question of simply making a proposal and it happens. It's a whatever it is, it'll be a fight. Whether it's in the legislature or in a referendum that we dealt with last time around, or whatever else, whatever the strategy is, it's going to be a significant investment of energy and no pun intended, in order to accomplish what you just described. But that's why it's so important that we do so. And it's why we joined Valley Clean Energy in the first place. And I want to particularly acknowledge Mayor Pro Tem Sandine, who has I attended every second of dozens of hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of meetings of that authority. And we joined that authority because it appeared to be a moment of opportunity that with the PG&E restructuring, Valley Clean Energy provided was itself looking at fairly ambitious efforts to provide direct utility service in Yolo County. And of course, it made sense for us to be partners together. And we've explored that partnership, and there isn't an opportunity there at this point. But again, to thank Mayor Pro Tem Sandin, and also to acknowledge Valley Clean Energy, the organization, and also the other jurisdictions in the county, and the members of that board. I just want to thank them. They were extraordinarily welcoming of West Sacramento and supportive and collaborative and looking for mutually beneficial solutions. And they're a great organization they're doing good things in terms of energy aggregation in the other cities in the county. It's not an effective solution for us, at least at this point. But it seems likely that we may be partners again in different ways, and we're certainly taking this action tonight out of no regret. I know for both Mayor Pro Tem Sandino and I, just to say that it's been a positive experience. PG&E is a tough competitor, and we'll be looking forward to the report that's coming back with the Climate Commission recommendations that you and the City Manager have just outlined. All right, so with that, if we have no other questions or comments on the consent agenda, items 2 through 10, is there a motion on the consent agenda?
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Right, the consent agenda then has been moved by Councilmember Orozco and seconded by Councilmember Guerrero. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, would you please? Oh, and we should note that we have one item of public comment as well on the downtown streets item from Matthew Hargrove as well. So for the record, and every member of the council has that. And as I've noted before, it's also, each of the comments are available in their entirety on the city website next to the agenda and the video. So Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on the consent agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Ledesma.
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sandin.
Aye.
Councilmember Guerrero.
Aye.
And Mayor Cabaldon.
Aye. All right, with that, the consent agenda is adopted 5-0. That brings us to our time-sensitive agenda, item 11, public hearing in consideration of resolution 20-66, certifying inclusion of delinquent charges and penalties for water, sewer, and refuse services on the secured tax roll in the same manner as the general taxes, and directing that a lien be placed on the subject properties.
Good evening. Claire Connor is going to be presenting tonight for this item.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. And at the end of each fiscal year, we will rely on the annual transfer of the property tax bill for all uncollected portion of the utility charges. The process began in June by mailing a notice to all customers that have a past due April balance. These notices encourage the property owners to pay or contact us for questions. The final step is to hold this public hearing to request council's approval of transferring the final delinquent account list to the 2020 and 21 property tax rolls. As of tonight, the total delinquent amount has been further reduced to $777,000. We will accept payments through July 31st, and the final list will be sent to the county in early August. And staff in Revenue Collection Division will make sure the final delinquent list submitted to the county is prepared accurately. With that, I would like to return this item back to you for public hearing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Connor. Are there questions for staff at this time? Councilmember Guerrero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Claire. I have a question regarding the timing for when these items are delinquent. Are they year over year? So is this, like, for example, the first one, 20,000, is it cumulative, or is it only 1 year and then they have past years of 20,000 each year? I'm just curious to know.
That's the pay amount prior to end of April. So it's from
total
1 year, yeah, since last year. If not tax rolled, then since last year. And this is a commercial account.
And for example, something as large as this, are they? Is it like year over year that it just adds up then, or is it just 1 year for a default
This is within a year.
within a year.
Yes.
Wow.
Because we do the same process every year, then we zero out the account to
I-
send to the county, then we start over. Yeah.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for staff? All right, with that, we'll open the public hearing on item 11. Madam Clerk, have we received any public comments or testimony on item 11?
We did not receive any public comment.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Then we'll close the public hearing and return it to the council for any further questions, discussion, or a motion.
I'll move the recommended action.
I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Ledesma and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sandin. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Orozco?
No discussion.
Okay, all right. So seeing no question or debate, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on item 11.
Councilmember Orozco,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sandin,
Aye.
Councilmember Guerrero,
Aye.
Councilmember Ledesma,
Aye.
and Mayor Cabaldon.
Aye. All right, with that, that motion carries 5-0. That brings us to item 12, which is a public hearing and to consider Resolution 20-72 and Resolution 20-73, declaring the necessity and authorizing commencement of eminent domain proceedings to secure real property interests necessary to construct the Riverfront Street Extension and 5th Street Widening Project.
Good evening. This is Bill Chisholm, the City Attorney's Office. And these matters are before the City Council to adopt two resolutions, which would allow for the acquisition of properties required for the Riverfront and 5th Street widening projects, which are important parts of the Bridge District specific plan. These properties are relatively small property interests held by Lone Star Properties and Jarrett Properties. As part of this process, the owners were provided notice of this hearing and provided the opportunity to appear and address the council on this acquisition. My understanding is that they have not requested an appearance at this time. So we would request that the council hear any comments, that they make a finding that the acquisitions and any environmental impacts have been addressed by the existing supplemental environmental impact report for the Bridge District specific plan and addendum, and then that the council adopt the resolutions of necessity, which would allow for the acquisition by eminent domain of the necessary property interests. The resolutions as before the council indicate the 4 primary points that the council must find as part of these resolutions. Number 1 being that the public interest and necessity require the project, that the project is planned or located in a manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury, that the property sought to be acquired is necessary for the project, and that pretrial offers have been made to the property owners. Council has been presented with a fairly thorough staff report that goes through each of those and really explains why this property is necessary in order to serve public safety, the public interest, by allowing for the improvement of these roadways within the Bridge District specific plan. And I might add that there have been and continue to be settlement discussions with the property owners. We're optimistic that, in fact, a settlement will occur and that the litigation will not be necessary. However, we are seeking permission from council at this time to file the eminent domain actions, given some pretty stringent deadlines as to timing by which the city must have possession of these properties at the risk of losing a significant funding. So we do ask that the council move forward and adopt the resolutions, but with the assurance that even despite the adoption, settlement negotiations will continue. And again, we're optimistic that in fact, there will be a resolution short of the litigation. So as say, unless there are any questions, we would urge that the council adopt each of the 2 resolutions that are before it.
All right, are there questions from members of the council at this time? Seeing none, then we'll open the public hearing on item 12. And Madam Clerk, do we have any public testimony or comment on item 12?
We did not receive any public comment.
All right. With that, then we'll close the public hearing on item 12 and return it to the council. I just to underscore, since the project is the name of this project is not well known, but this is the extension of the Riverfront Street, including the project to support the enhanced bicycle and pedestrian safety underneath Highway 50. So one of the most dangerous locations in the city for cyclists, for drivers too, but for cyclists in terms of the turn onto the freeway on-ramp right underneath Highway 50. And this project is essential for those and all the other reasons that are outlined in the resolution. But also, we've received funding for this project now 3 years ago, and the deadline to commit those funds to the project and to control the properties necessary in order to proceed is pending. So it is rare for the city of West Sacramento to exercise eminent domain for any purpose. When it is done so, it has always been for a public health and safety purpose, or central streets and sewers and other essential infrastructure to support public safety and infrastructure in the community. And this project is an important example of that, and the timing is necessary is especially necessary in addition to improving the safety conditions, but it's especially compounded by the fact that it's necessary to meet the funding deadlines from the federal funds that we've received. Councilmember Guerrero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with those points. I have received numerous complaints about commuters who travel on their bike, and even who do it for as a family commute over to the barn or other venues. And the complaint is it's a very dangerous situation. The streets are too narrow. There's no bike lane. So this would help us to establish more room and make a safer path for everybody who would like to commute, on a bicycle around the city. So just appreciate that we are moving this forward in this manner.
Thank you. Yeah, that is true. And also to just emphasize that the properties that we are dealing with and principally in this item are now empty properties, right? There is no, the action that's before the council does not impede the operations of any West Sacramento businesses, doesn't affect any residents, other than to make it possible for this project to proceed. Councilmember Roscoe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm one of those families, Councilmember Guerrero, who brings the string of bikes, 6 bikes in a row, unless you count an additional friend who wants to come along. But, it's really hard for us to come from even the 15th Street area all the way to the barn, which isn't very far at all, without risking some little body or that life, going under that underpass. So I completely agree. And as someone who had a great interest in biking to work, which is just downtown, I would love to do that. But that portion always scares me. And so I really look forward to cultivating an environment where we can really encourage folks to get on their bikes and enjoy some good family time and or commute to work. And the safety is key to that. So thank you for your comments.
All right, any further comment, question, or discussion on item 12? Councilmember Ledesma?
I'll echo all the comments already, and with that, we'll make the motion to approve the recommended action.
Second.
All right, it's been moved. Mayor Pro Tem Cindy, do you have further comments? All right, it's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on item 12?
Mayor Pro Tem Sandin.
Aye.
Councilmember Guerrero.
Aye.
Councilmember Ledesma.
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco.
Aye.
And Mayor Cabaldon.
Aye. All right, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Item 13 then is a public hearing for consideration of resolution 20-55, abandoning a public right-of-way located at Tower Bridge Gateway, and consideration of resolution 20-56, delegating authority to the city manager to execute an exchange agreement between the city of West Sacramento and River One LLC. Zancy. So the request here is to move the public hearing to August 20th?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
All right, is there any objection to doing so? If not, then that will be the order. Thank you.
Thank you.
August 20th or August 19th?
August 19th, sir.
All right. Thank you, Katie. And that brings us to item 14, which is public hearing and consideration of resolution 20-34, certifying the list of weed abatement charges, directing that a lien be placed on the subject properties and requesting inclusion of these charges on the secured tax roll in order that they may be collected in the same manner as general taxes. Fire Marshal Johnson.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As directed by Resolution 2033, which started the 2020 weed abatement process, the fire department notified property owners that had a weed nuisance creating a fire hazard. For those property owners that did not mitigate that hazard, a third-party contractor mitigated it for them. Now a list of charges exists for that work. It is respectfully recommended that City Council tonight both conduct a public hearing to hear public comment on those charges, as well as adopt Resolution 2034, which certifies that list, creating liens on that properties that will be forwarded to the County Assessor's Office for lien application and reimbursement. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, are there questions for the Fire Marshal before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Guerrero.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Brian, good seeing you tonight. I had a question regarding the Davis Road area. And I think, I'm not sure if that was the area where there was a location where there was a fire, and you know, it wasn't under the confines of requiring weed abatement, but I think there was a few neighbors who were really concerned that because it didn't meet that objective, that they weren't doing the abatement. And I think we were gonna try to figure out how to, you know, try to work with the landowners. Is there, you know, when these come up and we need to do a little more, is there an option for you to be able to address those issues?
Well, we follow our standard generally, depending on the size of the lot and the disposition. The different standard applies, or a different part of the standard applies. I think I recall the issue that came up, a couple different property owners there on Davis Road. We talked with the contractor and both those property owners with regard to how to abate it. We made some amendments that were agreed upon by a couple of the parties. I know one wasn't happy, wanted the entire lot mitigated, but the intent of the standard isn't to mitigate the entirety of the issue, is to eliminate the threat that the hazard presents to the public. So we do our best to work with them, and we make modifications as necessary. Okay.
Okay. And has that been handled as far as the necessary mitigation? Has that been addressed? They're not on this list.
You know what? I have to, that specific property. Let me look here. I don't know if I recall that addressed
okay.
exactly on this road.
But later's fine. I was just checking to see if that was this one by any chance.
Yeah, I'd be happy to follow up, but we sent staff out there a couple times to verify the work, and they conducted the work as directed.
Oh, they did? Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, with that, then we'll open the public hearing on item 14. And Madam Clerk, have we received any testimony or other public comment on item 14?
There are no public comments for this item.
All right, thank you. With that, then we'll close the public hearing on item 14 and return to the council for any further discussion or questions, or for a motion. Councilmember Guerrero.
Move to approve.
I'll second that.
It's been moved by Councilmember Guerrero and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sandin. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Guerrero.
Aye.
Councilmember Ledesma.
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sandin.
Aye.
And Mayor Cabaldan.
Aye. That motion carries 5-0. That brings us to item 15, which is a public hearing related to a cannabis logistics distribution transportation facility. But the request of the city manager is to continue the public hearing in this item on ordinances 20-8, 20-9, 20-10 to the August 5th city council meeting. Is there any objection to doing so? Seeing none, that will be the order, and we'll proceed to item 16, which is consideration of strategic plan summary and action agenda for 2020. Assistant City Manager Berlin, welcome.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, council members. Before you tonight, I actually, if you allow me to share my screen, I can show the plan. So before you tonight for consideration is the 2020 strategic plan summary and action agenda. The 2020 strategic plan summary reflects the primary outcome from the council's annual strategic planning session, which occurred in February of this year. And it includes the policy and management agenda with the items for action and implementation beginning this year. The format of the 2020 strategic plan summary is a change from prior years because in addition to the list of the agenda items, it now includes a graphic that visually demonstrates the themes reflected by the items on the agenda. The 2020 action agenda includes the same council identified strategic plan summary items and includes milestones and completion dates for the items as of set as of July 2020. So those are updated as of July 2nd, 2020. The action agenda document is intended to be a living document and is updated periodically as milestones are reached, added, or revised. The 2020 strategic plan and the summary and the action agenda also include two items that subsequent to the council's strategic planning session and in light of recent events were identified by the council subcommittee of the mayor and mayor pro tem for additional discussion with the full council and for proposed inclusion in the plan. And those items are highlighted on the plan poster that you see, the Policing MBK Alliance and COVID Resiliency Framework. Tonight, staff requested the council discuss the strategic plan summary and the action agenda for 2020, including these two new items, and provide staff any direction to amend either of those two documents and then ratify the documents with amendments, if any. And with that, I will turn it over to the council.
All right, thank you, Ms. Berlin. Mayor Pro Tem Sandine, did you, as the leader in the subcommittee, would you like to start off our discussion of this item?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Berlin, for the overview and the work on this. It's hard to think that just 5 months ago, council, that we were together in person and working on the strategic plan and looking forward to this year and the years ahead. And when we met to talk about, I think a month and a half ago, to talk about the strategic plan and how we might conceive of additions or modifications, that we really needed to take into consideration the current situation we're in and what's facing us and what we need to be adding into our big plans for the future. So this actually, I think, is in some ways, they seem minor additions, but as you know, we've all worked together to put this plan together. These are the long-term kind of plan things ahead of us, but we also have to be real and realistic and add in some other kind of situational things that we will need to spend time on and resources on to address. So I hope that the council appreciates the simplicity of the kind of visuals of this, and that this actually, I'd love to hear our colleagues, Mr. Mayor, their thoughts about the plan as it's being presented.
Terrific. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sandine, and for all of your work on this. And we've really benefited from your expertise and experience in both public sector and nonprofit management and strategic planning in this entire effort, but certainly in this reset, because as both you and the assistant city manager have described, we don't typically take up the strategic plan for the year in July of the year. And normally this would have been on track for adoption in early March and extends through the following March or so. But events have intervened, and unlike many organizations and agencies that many of us are a part of or connected to, the City of West Sacramento has always taken its strategic plan as a serious action plan by which we set real priorities. Year to year for sure, but also meeting to meeting. When folks ask me, why don't you propose 16 new ideas this week at City Council? And I let them know, look, we have a process to make sure that we have the right balance between constantly creating new ideas and proposals every second of every single meeting, and actually getting our core work done and making progress on some of the ideas that we've prioritized. And so much of what the city does is under the hood, you might say, but not really. I mean, we make sure that that the fire gets put out. We make sure that the water gets turned on. The city makes sure that the park stays clean. I mean, all of that the potholes get filled, all of the essentials of what the city are about. And those aren't grand initiatives. They are our basic job. And so, you know, an essential part of the recognition of a city strategic plan is that the daily work is critical, and you can't just set it aside in order to chase other notions. And so we're very disciplined in West Sacramento about the number and the scale and the type of new initiatives that we take on, and they're based on these core values that are reflected in the wheel that the assistant city manager described. And so I think the wheel is I'm also looking forward to the feedback. I think the intention is the mission statement that has undergirded our previous strategic plans was too general, and so general that that no changes were made to it in 18 years. And so it can't really be that guiding if it's so perfect from 2002 that it's still in 2019. We're still claiming that is our guiding document. This is intended to be more reflective of the values that guide the choices that we make and some of the key aspirations and objectives that our community has, while also not being individual policy proposals and suggestions, but instead really dealing with major buckets of work that the city might undertake. And there are 6 elements on this wheel, but there, as the council has discussed, 16 other potential things that could have been on the wheel. But these are the priorities that are identified. And so the intention here was to try to find a new strategic plan format that would better encapsulate, reflect, and cause us to think about our aspirations, objectives, and ideals, that would allow us to relate the action items underneath them to them in a more effective way, and also to help our staff relate their strategic plan integration components of the agenda reports more directly to things in the strategic plan, as opposed to simply indicating that they are consistent, but also something that can be more clearly understood and embraced and used by our staff, by all of the volunteer commissioners and citizens who serve on city boards and other committees, and by residents and our business partners and our funding partners and other governments and nonprofits and others. And so this is an attempt, a first year attempt to try to do that in a way that captures all of that. So with that, let's turn it over to our colleagues on the council for a discussion about the strategic plan framework for 2020. Or perhaps Mayor Pro Tem Sandine and I have said everything at this point. Councilmember Ledesma.
Thank you, and thank you both for your work on this, and the staff for your work on this. And the immediate feedback is I had heard about it by rumor, that the graphic was changing, and having served on council now for 10 years, and you kind of got used to the dynamic of the statement that came. And I got to say, this resonated with me, and it's very clean, simple, to the point, and it connects us to some of the larger initiatives and the larger objectives that we have, and we're trying to keep an eye on. So it's everything we talked about, and Mr. Mayor, you mentioned, part of the process that we go through, and it seems like forever ago, back in early February, then when we were maskless and could talk to each other in a room, that we came up with these and kind of drilled down to what was important to us. And I think you may have stated it, I may have missed it, but I want to restate the fact that we do that is for the organizational discipline to be able to say it's not just one idea every, as you said, an idea every day or whatever it is we come up with, and but it is around having that organizational discipline to kind of make sure you have capacity for what we used to say were opportunities that might come up, right? Whether it was we found funding for the McGowan Bridge and we built that in record time, and there are those things that occur, and I'd like to think that we're always flexible. This is the first year where things came at us that I'm glad we had that capacity to add that in, right? From both the COVID resiliency framework that we talked about. That was the initial and still ongoing challenge we have. And then what we're talking about later this evening and on the policing and the MBK Alliance and the work we're doing around the reforms and whatever else. But again, this document, I mentioned it a few weeks ago, really documents sort of we were having some of those discussions early on, and so about diversity in our workforce and inclusion and the real need for us to start driving our workforce towards representing them and looking more like our community. And I think I'm glad this is here. I'm glad we're getting to it. This is going to be a real challenge for the staff because we've never, we're adopted it in July. I know work has been done and we're adopting it and working on it in a COVID environment. You know, these things have always, there have been city staffs that we worked with that would get all these done in record time, and it'd be October and, you know, most of it was done, and we are looking for the next thing. But this one's going to be different. We're going to have to learn to kind of walk, chew gum, and wear a mask at the same time to kind of keep moving on these. So it is a great document. I really enjoy, complimenting you on the work we did, like that graphic of it, and wholeheartedly support moving this forward. So thank you all for your work.
All right, any further discussion on this item? Councilmember Guerrero?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, at the time when we were taking a look at these initiatives, and it does take some dedicated staff time, we had no idea that we would be confronted with COVID, and that's why we're delayed in, you know, putting this on our agenda for approval. And, you know, looking at the state, and they had, you know, expectations of significant revenue coming in to fulfill projects and initiatives that we were interested in this year. But given COVID and, you know, given the impact it has as an entire community, I'd like for us to be fiscally prudent on the decisions we make on some of these projects, and making sure that we don't use funding that we will have to backfill for infrastructure to maintain core services in our city. And I think that's an area that I'd like to just, you know, keep on the forefront. We do have some projects in here which are revenue users of our measure money. And I just like to make sure that, you know, if we're going to be spending that money, that there are no other alternatives that could be used that are less expensive. And so, you know, what comes to mind is our mobility. It'll be a streetcar, and I appreciate Councilmember Ledesma looking at various options for transportation. I think that that work needs to be done so that, you know, we don't spend as much money on things that the consumers are not using. And so, and we maximize what we can put together for our entire city to benefit from. In addition, looking at some of the homelessness strategies, there is, you know, Project Home Key. And fortunately, there's also the West Cap supportive housing. I think what's been done in COVID to support our unsheltered guests, to be able to provide the housing and support, and would like to make sure that that stays on our radar as we see, we have a NOFA discussion with the Housing and Community Development tomorrow that the League of Cities and CSAC is organizing. So I plan to participate and get as much information so that we can maximize revenue sources for that here in West Sacramento. And taking a look at other strategies here, you know, the housing production strategy for affordable housing is extremely important for our residents, so that as we move forward, I think making sure that housing is affordable and maximizing those opportunities. So just the other, you know, plus is Yolo Habitat Conservancy is a listed project that is ongoing. That's one that I'm on the board for, and appreciate the work that Councilmember Ledesma has done to kick that off. And we did have to transition that to save money and you know, to put it under the county, but it is still a very good work in progress, and very appreciative. But as you know, just making sure that as we move forward, that we work with our partners across the street, looking at the I Street Bridge replacement and the debt conversion, that we maintain those relationships so that we can, get the additional support for, fiscally early as possible, so that we can draw down the federal funding that's needed for that. Appreciate all the staff work and the subcommittee work on this. I know it was a significant amount of time and energy and thought that went into this. And unfortunately with COVID, it took us a little time to put it on the agenda. But moving forward, I'd like for us to be thoughtful and mindful of our city's limited revenue sources and, be prudent on what we invest on in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Representative Sandine, did you have, you invited comments, but did you have any others that you wish to make?
I think I've been involved enough to have made my mark on this, but I really appreciate hearing from our colleagues.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the strategic plan. I mean, we're what plus or minus $100 million corporation, fundamentally. That's why we incorporate as a city in the first place, right? And the management of those resources and all of the legal requirements and all the other all the employees, all the services that we provide is a complex enterprise, right? We're not the Congress, we're not the legislature where we can simply have ideas and pursue them. We have to run a very complicated organization under a lot of duress at the moment. So the strategic plan is, we don't, for folks who watch our tapes, or even sometimes some of our own staff, we don't meet in February and say, hey, what do you think we should do this year? Hey, anybody got any great ideas? Most of what we do on the strategic plan is based on years of work and the opportunities and the limitations that are present in the outside world. So flood protection is obviously a key priority for safety, but it's also always been at the top priority of top of our list, because if we even take 1 year off, we lose the entire project. And the same thing with the streetcar project. You can't drop it and come back later. This is why Congresswoman Matsui has been so critical that we have to stick with that project to the end, because otherwise we forfeit $100 million from federal support. And so many of, and as Councilmember Guerrero said, the same thing's true on the I Street Bridge, right? So much of our work plan each year is determined by circumstance, by the opportunities and the limitations, the constraints that are out there. And it is the reason why the strategic plan becomes so important, in order to make sure that we get all of that accomplished, that we deliver, that we don't leave any money out there on the table that we can't claim, and that we don't waste anything, and still that we're able to make significant progress, as we have, on things like homelessness and the home run and the quality of education and learning in our community, and on climate and other key priorities for the city. And the strategic plan is one of the most essential tools that we have to make sure that we're able to do both. Run an effective, efficient operation that preserves those resources for the essential services and needs of our community, while also advancing the community's objectives about how to keep getting better and better and better. So Mayor Pro Tem Sandine, to move the item.
I'd like to move this item.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Sandine and seconded by Councilmember Orozco. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Guerrero.
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco.
Aye.
Councilmember Ledesma.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sandine.
Aye.
And Mayor Cabaldon.
Aye. So that motion carries 5-0. So that brings us to item 17, which is a workshop to consider community development block grant COVID-19 funded activities. Mr. Huerta.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. As you noted, the purpose of tonight's workshop is to obtain direction on the use of the Community Development Block Grant COVID-19 funds. With the passage of the CARES Act, CDBG entitlement jurisdictions received an additional allocation of funds to respond to community impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic. The city received an allocation of $274,906 in CDBG COVID-19 funds. Since receiving the allocation, staff has been examining potential uses of the funds based on guidance from the Department of Housing and Urban Development and local community needs. And while we understand that community needs related to the impacts of COVID-19 are abundant, CDBG COVID-19 funds are limited. So staff focused on activities we felt would provide the greatest positive impact with a limited resource. To this end, staff is recommending that CDBG COVID-19 funds be allocated to one or a combination of two high priority activities. The two high priority activities build upon the efforts of Project Brunke, which is currently being administered by Yolo County Health and Human Services and has been in place since April of this year. The first high priority activity allocates CDBG COVID-19 funds for a motel acquisition to provide a longer term housing alternative for homeless individuals who are at higher risk of being affected by COVID-19. Higher risk homeless individuals are those who are 65 years and older or who have an underlying medical condition. Currently, Project Roomkey is housing this high risk group in 68 motel rooms in West Sacramento. This activity also seeks to leverage our limited CDBG COVID-19 funds and CDBG program income funds with state funding that has been allocated for Project Homekey. Last month, Governor Newsom revealed that $600 million was allocated in the state budget for Project Homekey, which would provide funding for motel acquisitions to house individuals and households experiencing homelessness. Staff has been monitoring this potential funding source and expects a notice of funding availability from the State Department of Housing in the coming weeks. Staff is also recommending that Measure E and Measure N funds be considered to carry out this activity. Staff feels that this high priority activity falls within the policy parameters approved by the Council for the use of Measure E and Measure N funds. To estimate a motel acquisition cost, staff reviewed prior city motel acquisitions and determined a per room cost. Staff estimate falls within $48,000 to $70,000 per room, which is approximately $1.8 million to $2.7 million for a 38-room motel room, as an example. However, final acquisition costs will have to be negotiated with the motel owner. The second high priority activity seeks to continue to house high-risk homeless individuals in motels after Project Roomkeep ceases to operate. Based on current discussions with Yolo County Health and Human Services, Project Roomkeep expects to have funding for the program through the end of August and possibly through the end of September. With this high priority activity, CDBG COVID-19 funds would be used to continue to lease rooms to high-risk homeless individuals for a 3-month period, which is the maximum allowed by CDBG. Staff estimates that CDBG COVID-19 funds alone would be sufficient to lease up to 38 rooms for a 3-month period, and some funds would also be set aside to pay for some case management and security at the motel. As noted earlier, CDBG COVID-19 funds can be used for several activities to respond to the effects of COVID-19, and staff has provided a brief description of some of these activities in the staff report. However, staff is not recommending these additional activities given the limited amount of CDBG COVID-19 funds available to the city. Once the council provides the direction, staff will return with an amendment to the 2020 CDBG Annual Action Plan to include the use of the CDBG COVID-19 funds. Thank you for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Sandine.
Sorry, I was off mute by accident, but I do have some comments, but I'd love to hear my colleagues first.
All right, Councilmember Roscoe.
I have comments as opposed to questions, so I can wait my turn unless somebody else has a question for Mr. Huerta.
And we have no public comment on this item, so it's if you wish to proceed, either of you directly to comments, that's fine as well. Mr. Huerta is he will stay with us.
Okay. Well, as one of the now sitting members on the Executive Commission to address homelessness in place of my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Sandine, I've been participating with in discussions with members of that group, which is region-wide, and we have representatives from Davis and Woodland and Winters, and also representatives from major organizations that deal with and serve our homeless community. And one of the projects that we in West Sacramento have been investing highly in is the Project Room Key program. I have experience with this program, not only as a council member, but as the chair of the Yolo County Children's Alliance Executive Board, who is charged with doing the case management services for some of the residents in the local motels and the Roadway Inn. And having seen the condition that many of the residents have been in, and how much more improved their lives are as a result of having just a basic need of having shelter met. We're not talking about people who can make it out on the streets on their own. Many of these folks are either extremely advanced age or so medically compromised that they're on equipment that help their bodies continue to work. So, I'm concerned not only for the well-being of the residents, I'm also concerned about the well-being of our city. If we are, sorry, folks are just coming in and out of my door here, but if we get to the point where we are releasing folks who don't have a good chance of taking care of themselves. I am enthusiastic about the transition to and the possibility of having a Project Home Key. And I know we are still waiting for the NOFA on that. But to the extent that we could use this for transitional housing, for when we get to our permanent supportive housing, we will have folks ready to transition into that housing unit. And after speaking with Mark Sawyer on several occasions, our homeless coordinator, and learning a lot more about what potential this has, I am fully in support of CDBG funds for that purpose. And that's also recognizing all the other wonderful efforts that we can utilize. But this is something that is very near and dear, and I think very, very important. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so we'll return Mayor Pro Tem Sandine, we'll return to you.
Thank you. And thanks to Council Member Orozco for her work with the Executive Commission on homelessness and the planning going on in Yolo County, as well as her leadership with the Yolo County Children's Alliance. I think that the two recommendations, options A and B, are the direction we should take. So I know this is you're collecting our input, Mr. Huerta. I think the lesser of the options is option B, but I think we should go in that direction, which in terms of a short-term lease to fill the gap for a period of time, if that's all that we can do. But it seems that the better option would be to acquire a lease. Of course, the preference would be to get state funds and to not have to access our Measure Your Measure In funds. I mean, that would be ideal for us to give us maximum flexibility to do other things with those resources. But it seems that having an opportunity to have a long-term homeless non-congregate shelter until we can actually have the Mercy Housing Project up and running would make a lot of sense for us. We've seen what's been able to be done. One of the things from COVID is that we've actually been able to have the opportunity to house some of our homeless population, and I know all the council have actually done things personally to help and to help feed and to help support that project. I think that is definitely the direction we should go, and I appreciate the staff's work to put together the proposal for us.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sandine. Councilmember Guerrero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for all the work you've been doing. I know you're extremely busy on this particular, all these great opportunities for funding, but it really is time consuming to determine how to expend this funding. And we want to make sure, given the various funding streams that I'm observing with the coronavirus relief, This is one. This is one of many. And I think West Sacramento also benefited from a state allocation as a result of the League of Cities advocacy efforts, where we have a dedicated funding source for the smaller cities. And West Sacramento is able to use that for, I think, homelessness, public safety, and other coronavirus relief, health-related issues. And so that is an option on the table that I'd like for us to consider. I appreciate the package here, but the state budget recently approved using $600 million of coronavirus relief funding, which I think we are, Councilmember Orozco just mentioned, in which I mentioned that there'll be a discussion with the Housing and Community Development Department, who will be looking to get feedback and receive information about this tomorrow at 9:30, which I plan to participate in. I'll pass along the information to you as well. But I think that if that is a non-capped funding source, that we take a look and prepare, which I think you're prepared for already, given all the information I see here, to tap as much money from that source, which I don't think many cities are as well prepared as West Sacramento is. I think West Sacramento has a very unique situation along West Capitol Avenue. I mean, it's been an eyesore for the longest time, but now it's an opportunity for us. And it has been to address, homelessness in our city. And so tapping that to the extent possible and reserving this funding source for other uses that CDBG, we can say for CDBG. Now, I know the NOFA will be released likely next week. And fortunately, this is a workshop where we can continue to plan, but I just want to let my colleagues know kind of like the next steps of what's happening. And in addition to that, there is going to be like maybe 90 million and another 40 million in addition to that. We're not sure about the 40, we're hearing rumors, but operating costs. And so the operating costs are to help, which I got to figure out. We do have the purchase here, but we also need to make sure that if we need to rehab some of these locations so that it fits and addresses the needs of those that are going to be, living in these places, that it meets their, it meets the needs that they have. So the operating costs could be significant. I'm not sure exactly what the cost per unit is on that, but I'd be interested in knowing what your estimates could be, or if there are none at all, maybe then we're lucky we don't have those issues. But looking at all these different funding streams, there's a lot for this particular area. Not on for option B though. Option B, I think I think is for a temporary housing. If there's another location that you want to consider other than the ones we can purchase, then maybe that's another option we can take. We can take a look at for another location. But I leave that up to you to decide. And I'm supportive of using our Measure E funding for homelessness. Measure N, public safety and economic development. Primarily public safety is what I've been supportive of for those for the use of Measure N funding. So thank you.
Councilmember Ledesma.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. So a couple of questions I think I have, and thanks for all the work on this as well. I think it's getting 274,000 and sort of where we can leverage it is for both these proposals are very good, but it really is kind of what I'm kind of stuck on is option A, which seems like the preferred option is pretty, obviously capital intensive and not to mention because we'll have to go leverage E and other sources, maybe N or whatever. And I get we're starting to sketch out kind of what the framework would be, but what I'm sort of thinking about in this is kind of how long will it take to sort of, or do we have motels ready to, do we have them identified as in terms of who might be candidates to go forward on this? Is there like negotiation that would happen at this point? Would there, again, I'm trying to think of the the money, getting it kind of out to where it's helping the fastest is sort of a perspective I'm trying to keep an eye on. I'm not all the way there, but again, if it's a process to where we're going to have to go through a number of steps, find bridge funding, identify operating costs. I just want to go into this eyes wide open around kind of our approach to this.
Yeah, no, certainly. So we have reached out to a handful of motel owners to discuss the possibility of an acquisition. We haven't done any formal negotiations or anything of that nature, but we have, again, reached out to them just to see what the interest is and whether there's a willingness to even contemplate the idea. Our homeless coordinator, Mark Sawyer, has reached out to a few. I have also spoken to a couple of property owners, again, just to gauge that interest, whether there is any or none. And at least at this, as of this point, there is a willingness to discuss the possibility of a sale and acquisition of a motel from most of those owners. The challenge, I think, it's going to be, like every motel acquisition, is coming to an agreement in price.
Yeah.
Obviously, we value those businesses very differently than how they value them. But, we have done it in the past. This wouldn't be our first acquisition. So I know that, we have been able to do it in the past, and I don't foresee a reason why we would not be able to do it now. Especially when there are some funding sources coming through the pipeline. This new home key project that Governor Newsom is pushing, I think, is going to be a key component of especially this option A. Obviously, the CDBG funds are not enough to purchase a motel, but like we always do, we leverage our funding and use that to acquire additional funds from the state or federal sources. We are hopeful that a NOFA will be released very soon, like Councilmember Guerrero mentioned. And it's my understanding that the funds have to be spent by the end of the year. At least that was my understanding from a conversation that we had a few weeks ago with some of the state staff members. So the process is going to have to be fairly quickly if we are going to be able to use those state funds.
Right. So you're saying they have to be spent by the end of this year?
Correct, by December. That was my understanding from a conversation that we had about 3 or 4 weeks ago with some of the staff at HCD.
Okay.
That is correct. It's on the CARES Act money, which Raul is referring to. It does have that deadline, and that's for the Project Home Key funds for acquisition.
Okay. All right. And so I think I'm just asking to kind of keep a perspective. We got to spend the money on this one, and then there's other money to be spent that has deadlines. So, and then coming back to find bridge funding through our tax revenue, or whether it's Measure E, Measure N, or if we agree to that. And so again, I'm thinking about the ongoing cost of these. So, and somebody remind me, when we did Bridge to Housing originally a few years ago with the county, didn't we start that as a lease of that property for a period of time before, with the option to buy at the end of it? Isn't that how, is that how we went about it? My memory that bad? And
that's correct. Yes.
Yeah. And so again, we're kind of, I worry about, again, I know the sticking point here is going to be negotiating a price, and when money has to be spent, and I'm supportive of trying to find an answer to this question. It is a priority, but money's on the hook, and they're to be spent by certain timeframes, and it's just what's on my mind. So I'm not much direction for you, and I think we need to keep swinging at this to get the right approach, and maybe we look at possibilities of leveraging some money to get the lease going that will leave us in a position to buy for those property owners, or some other solution. But one of the things that is on my mind is whatever can be implemented quickly for the need today, and not kind of bottled up for months and years while we try to get everything in line. It's a bit of the best is the enemy of the good, so that we can get this money to where it belongs, to helping people. So thanks for all your work.
Yeah, and so just to answer or respond to that, that was one of the ideas that we had, and part of my presentation I mentioned it could be a combination of both, right? So we could use some of the CDBG funds to master lease a motel for the 3-month period that CDBG allows for just paying the rent on behalf of the tenants, while we figure out whether we have other funding sources to acquire a motel. It buys us more time, obviously, to look at what the state is going to be putting out. You may also recall that we have a significant amount of program income on hand that we also need to spend. So that CDBG program income could be set aside for an eventual acquisition. If we just wanted to use our CDBG COVID money for master leasing a motel for the 3-month period that CDBG allows.
Yeah, and I appreciate you kind of acknowledging that, because part of my concern, and we both know the hang up here, is here we are signaling a willingness to spend money, which is signaling to potential sellers, a value. And again, I just worry about the negotiating the price point. All of a sudden it becomes open season, and again, I think we just need to be very strategic about that.
Thanks for all the comments, and I agree with every single one of them. I think that one of the really positive achievements of this community in our partnership with Yolo County and residents and the Children's Alliance and so many other partners over the period of the COVID emergency has been the Project Roomkey and the housing of more than 100 at various times, more than 100 unique individuals in our community who had been experiencing some form of homelessness. And the numbers are all, they're different, and Raul and Aaron will they don't love these comparisons because the definitions are all slightly different in every single thing. But just, as Councilmember Roscoe, having participated in the census as the chair of the homelessness census as part of the executive commission, can verify our homeless count in January this year and most of the past several years, that 6 or 7 years, has been in the mid 80s, and that seemed like a big challenge. It was not so enormous, but it was sometimes difficult to imagine how could we possibly solve a problem of that size. And yet this year we were able to figure out with a lot of support, but able to figure out how to house more than 100. I think that is a testament to those partnerships and to our resolve and to what we can do when we're creative and we're able to access resources to make it happen. And very few other places. I mean, the governor himself said that this was a community that has been a model in that space. And so this is what you're outlining tonight as staff builds on that success. And of course, the last thing I think any of us can imagine is if we could find a way to house more than 100 of the 85 homeless individuals in our community, how could we allow it to happen that they would be out on the streets again and we did not do everything possible to protect them and to protect the community? And so that's what this effort's about. For all the reasons that Councilmember Ledesma just referenced and that you did as well, Raul. This is still a long shot in some ways. I mean, we need willing sellers. We need a price that is reasonable. And even with all of that, you're still showing a gap of 60% of the funding. Right? So it's not as though we get to pick this one and it will happen. We're going to have to fight for it. We're going to have to be smart about it. We're going to have to be creative, and we're going to need a lot of help and support. Because what we accomplished during COVID, we're able to do with a lot of a partnership with federal funds through the state government and with the county as well. And so we will need some additional state support in order to accomplish all of these objectives, to be sure. But we also cannot wait for every possible piece of legislation and budget item that's out there, because we must expend our funds. by December from that ultimately draw from the federal government. So we don't have the capacity to wait for the next opportunity, the next opportunity, the next opportunity. We have to start making some decisions right now, because if this doesn't work, we need to figure out what is the next best option. And I agree with the comments that have been made that Mayor Pro Tem Sandine led off with in terms of option B. Option B makes sense to me as a part of, as a lead up to some form of option A. Whether option B by itself is as good or better than other things that we might do to support folks who are experiencing economic dislocation in our community as a result of COVID, to me is still an open question. Right? Providing another couple of months and then saying, hey, you're out on the streets now, and guess what? Now it's going to start raining. I'm not sure that that's really a better solution than just facing up to it today. So I'm supportive of continuing to look at option B, but for me, it's mainly, how could we think about making sure that option A is serving the folks that are currently being housed as a result of Brimkey and those allied efforts. We can do this. I mean, I think that's the West Sacramento has proven this now repeatedly. It is possible to pull success out of these very significant challenges. But a lot of things are going to have to break our way, and we're going to have to be nimble and disciplined about it. And at the same time, plan for the other alternatives that are there as well. Because I do want to be careful that we don't fall in love so much with option A at the SAC level in particular, that we're like, okay, we got to do this no matter what. And it turns out we only have $6 out of the 2.6 million. But we're going to go forward, and council, you just got to find another $2.59999 million to close the gap. That's not going to happen, right? We don't have 2.6999 million somewhere to close the gap. So this has to work, and we need to have the checkpoints and the honesty with ourselves about, are we really getting it done? Because if we're not, we need to pivot and make sure that we're making the next best investment to protect the people in our community who are experiencing economic dislocation and or threats to their housing security as a result of the COVID crisis. So I'm definitely supportive of this. Really want to thank the city manager and the Economic Development Department for your creative work on this. I think we need to do whatever we can in order to help make this happen, and simultaneously parallel be planning for what next if this doesn't work. Let's not be in a position in November or December we're like, oh my gosh, we're going to have to send $275,000 back to the federal government unless we figure out in 10 minutes what we're going to spend it on. No, we need to be strategic and thoughtful about what it is that we're going to do as the next alternative. Both for that $275,000, which is, just as a reminder, that's what we're getting, along with a couple $100,000 more compared to what the city of Sacramento has gotten of $90 million. So that this is a lot of money, but not really in the context of what other cities, even in our own region, are receiving for this purpose. Even the $700,000 in program income funds, we have flexibility, and we also have time in that space. And so let's keep on this. But I'm very supportive of it. I'm glad that it's come forward in this way, and let's keep our eye on the prize here, because we've proven already that we can accomplish something of this scale. And if we're able to, if one consequence of the COVID crisis is that we were able to find housing and then supportive housing for a large proportion or a majority of the people experiencing homelessness in our community before COVID hit, then it will have meant something. It will have, and we'll have something very, very positive to show, and something to be proud of, and our own residents who will have a safer and more secure life ahead of them. All right, are there other anything else on this item? All right, so the recommendation is that we direct staff to prepare an amendment for recommended eligible activities.
Correct.
All right, so is there a motion to do so?
Move to approve.
I'll move.
All right, so Councilmember Roscoe's moved and Councilmember Guerrero second that the recommended action be approved. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on item 17?
Yes, Councilmember Ledesma.
Aye.
Councilmember Guerrero.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sandine.
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco.
Aye.
And Mayor Cabaldon.
Aye. All right, so that motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Raul, very much. That brings us to item 18, which is a workshop in consideration of reallocation of police personnel funding to create the Division of Community Outreach and Support in consideration of Resolution 20-78, authorizing budget amendments related to funding the position changes identified in the updated and amended authorized position list for fiscal year 2020-2021. And as I'd just like to make a couple of comments as we move to the item, and I know the city manager was going to do the same. It has been 6 or 7 weeks now since our community and our region and our entire country began an intense, perhaps a historically intense, in the case of West Sacramento, look in the mirror and an evaluation of ourselves and our potential and our values. And we saw at the beginning of June, thousands of West Sacramentans, thousands of our neighbors, and I know members of the council who were participating in marches and protests and events, along with so many of our neighbors, our friends, our coworkers, folks at the supermarket, people in our community of every background, of all kinds of different politics, were, and many who had virtually no prior history of social activism or demonstrations, were stepping forward in recognition of the shootings of George Floyd and other activities around the country, and what that said about the status of policing, but also about race in America and in each of our communities and law enforcement, and the pain that was expressed and demonstrated, but also the call to action by so many of our residents, again, from every part of the city, from every background, who said that it was time to act and to take serious action, to listen to the voices of, particularly of Black residents in our own community, in our region, in our country, and to do something about the legacy of slavery, of institutional and systemic racism that's been encoded in, even encoded in our own zoning codes and in redlining procedures and in so many ways at the local level. This isn't merely a law enforcement issue, it is systemic across society. But our residents were speaking up loudly in a West Sacramento way, do something. And we know our community is capable of doing so much. And our community has a lot to be proud of with respect to law enforcement. And our department has a enviable record in terms of its progress and achievements in terms of reducing complaints and allegations of racially biased policing, about reducing and containing use of force incidents. The department's achieved a great deal. Both the men and women of the department and the relationships they've built in the community are evident on the streets of our community, and also recognizes, and the chief said this at the time, that we still have work to do. The profession has work to do, cities have work to do, communities have work to do as well. As the council knows, at that time, President Obama issued a call to cities and mayors around the country, asking them to pledge to urgent and rapid action around these issues, and to hear and listen to the stories and to the narratives, to the ideas and to the perspectives, again, with particular focus on our Black residents and citizens. And we took that pledge as West Sacramento right away. We were one of the first cities in America to do so. And as part of that process, the My Brother's Keeper Alliance process that President Obama organized, a group of West Sacramentans came together on an informal basis and then resolved to help us more directly around helping us hear their stories and hearing the stories of residents and visitors in our community, around their experiences, around their hopes, around some of their fears, and some of their recommendations and some of their ideas as well. And that My Brother's Keeper group, their backgrounds are in the staff report that the chief has prepared, and I know many of them have also submitted public comments and testimony as well. But they rose to action immediately. Within 72 hours of being called up, they came together and shared their stories. And some were painful, about experiences in West Sacramento, sometimes with law enforcement and just as often with other residents in the community who have sometimes abused our system of law enforcement for sometimes racist purposes. And so there were painful, difficult stories that would not be surprising to folks who were involved in the demonstrations 6 or 7 weeks ago. And yet, at the same time, also a pride in West Sacramento and its community and its possibility, its potential, and its capacity to change and to keep getting better. And as a result, they all, the members of this My Brother's Keeper group, stepped forward and said, we have ideas, we have things to share, and we're here for the journey, and we're here to make to really dig deep, and to make real changes happen. Not to simply issue some statements and go home, but to really look hard, and look at all of us look in the mirror. And so I want to thank those 9 individuals who have participated in this process, and they've been extraordinary. Dr. Dante Early, a public health expert, Joe Galvan, one of the state's leading experts in terms of internal affairs investigations and independent reviews of misconduct, Brian Gustafson, who's the Dean of Public Safety at American River College, who has his hands on the academy system that helps produce police officers in communities like ours. Thomas Kimball, a local reverend who was participated in the civil rights movement as part of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, as well with Dr. King, providing the arc of history in this process. Dr. Angela Williams, who's a professor but also works in the state legislature on many of these issues. Preston Jackson, a teacher and the president of the West Sacramento School Board, the Washington Unified School District Board of Trustees, and the first African-American elected to public office here in the West Sacramento community. Christy McKinney, who I know many members of the council knows because she's a ubiquitous community volunteer and activist in all sorts of ways, as well as a small business owner in our community as well. Ron Price, who's the chair of the city's Economic Development and Housing Commission, one of the longest standing African American members in the city's leadership, and he's also served on the Board of Appeals and the Commission on Aging. And Ryan Harrison, who's worked as a sergeant at arms and in law enforcement himself and as an attorney in practice. And the vast majority of this group are themselves African Americans and have provided not just their ideas, but also their perspective and their stories. That group is there for that purpose. And I want to emphasize on their behalf and also on the department's that the proposal that is before us as item 18 has been informed by and inspired by those conversations. That the My Brother's Keeper group is not a commission or a committee, and the report that's before us represents the independent judgment of the city manager and the city and the chief of police that's been informed by those conversations. But as I say, both for the department, but also so that the members of the group who I know are supportive of this direction, they are not responsible for every single word in the document. And I'm sure, like any group of 9 people, that there will be disagreements about some of the details, but I want to thank them for their leadership and for their insistence that we focus on this particular area of the police department's organization and what officers do and what other potential professionals could be doing in the department as well. This discussion tonight is not the end. It's barely the beginning of the work that we've undertaken. This is the first time we're before the council with both these recommendations, but also this arc of work from the My Brother's Keeper process as well. And I will tonight, in addition to the organizational issues that are in the agenda report, I know the chief will also at least touch on the recruitment issues that are extraordinarily important to this topic. And in the future, additional work on use of force, on independent review and misconduct, on other issues will also be coming forward. But these areas were identified as low-hanging fruit's not the right word, because these are significant innovations and changes that are coming forward that will have profound impacts in the department and in the community. But these were areas where there were some clear options for West Sacramento and for our police department to be what West Sacramento and our police department have been, which is on the leading edge of trying to do the right thing, to do better, and in this particular case, to assure that we have a just community that is fair and equitable for all of our residents. So with that, if I may, to turn over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that introduction. I wanted to give just a brief lead into this item before I turn things over to Chief Strange to give the presentation. This item proposes a significant reallocation of resources within our police department that we believe will ultimately enhance community safety and community service in West Sacramento. These days, police officers are asked to do a lot beyond their core duties of responding to calls related to crime and ensuring public safety overall. All too often, that also means acting as crisis interveners, mental health counselors, other roles in situations that aren't always set up for the best outcomes for either the officers or the individuals facing a difficult situation or a moment of crisis. In the days and weeks that followed the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, Chief Strange and I spent a lot of time talking about issues facing us as a city, but also on a broader level about law enforcement's overall mission and role in our society. Those conversations, along with the guidance and direction I received from you as council members, and also the insights we took from the MBK group, led me to ask Chief Strange to reimagine our police departments and look at how we do policing in a different way. That task was informed and encouraged, though, by the successes of some of the things that we've already been doing. The services first and co-responder based approach we bring to homelessness, our commitment to 21st century policing, the various efforts we take to building a better relationship between law enforcement and the community that we serve. So tonight, I want to commend Chief Strange for endeavoring to answer that call, working with me, working with staff in his department, and in other city departments to shape this proposal. As you'll hear tonight, and as you've said, this is the first step of many to come in our organization related to how we do policing. Our approach to issues on the ground, how we recruit, how we train, how we use data, and also how we oversee our performance. This work by no means has been easy, and we appreciate all the interest in the community that we and you as council members have received on these topics over the last couple months. That really has helped us to get where we are tonight and where we're headed as a city and as a police department. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Strange for the balance of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you all for taking the time to consider this item and to certainly have a robust workshop considering the recommendations. The city clerk's going to help me with the few slides that I have prepared to aid in the presentation. But before we get going, I just want to sort of piggyback on the comments of Mayor Gabaldon and City Manager Laurel. And I think it is a recognition that your police department here in the city is composed of a vast set of diverse professionals. And because they are professionals and because of what we have endured in some cases over the last decade with so many sweeping changes to law enforcement and the justice system in California, that we are not only a group of professionals, but we are a group that has an immense professional dexterity and knows in the face of what the social discourse of the moment calls for, that we are ready and willing and understand the need for change to improve. And we are committed to that improvement constantly, perpetually, and we know that our profession is one that must evolve, and that also too must be perpetual. So with that, I will go ahead and ask the city clerk if she has controls to present the first couple slides for us. So again, as the city manager mentioned, really the call here is to begin reimagining how local policing for the city of West Sacramento can be reimagined. And this is a first step in increasing our capacity for co-response. This is, again, building upon what we've been doing, specifically in the homeless arena. We've talked so much about Mark Sawyer and the great enhancement his services provide, not only to the city, but really to our officers. And it's important to recall that Mark actually started as a crisis intervention program clinician. And so he started in that role, which we're now very fortunate to be bringing back in partnership with the county. So Yash, you can advance the slide. So this next slide really just highlights what I'm hoping to cover here to try to just give a little bit more context to the staff report that's been prepared, but please do use that staff report in consideration, both as council and community. There's lots of details in there that explain some of the ways that we're getting this done, because on its face, this reallocation seems to some probably like almost a compromise on public safety. And I would urge people to really look deeply and understand my authorship of this, and that matters, because I do see this as an enhancement to the services we provide. It no doubt does come with the need to address staffing and recruitment, things that have challenged us for some time, and that's embedded in here as well. But I can assure you that I wouldn't be wholeheartedly behind this if I didn't believe in it. And likewise, our police officers believe in it. They've experienced this model before, to a lesser degree, and so there is obviously some hesitation, some skepticism that comes with changes that seem to feel like they're upon us quickly. But again, we're a group that manages that change relatively well, and it's we know the benefits of this program, of this type of programming. So, Yasha, if you could advance the slide. So I thought it was important to highlight what the structure looks like. So what we're setting out to do is to establish a new division in the police department, one that's comprised of civilian employees with largely specialized skills to aid in assisting those in very vulnerable situations in our community, but also in helping assist our officers in coming to the best outcomes possible and working through situations that we encounter fairly regularly. Co-response is a good way to understand this. It doesn't mean that we're riding around in the same vehicle all the time, but it does mean that it avails, in the best case scenario, warm handoffs in situations that we deal with frequently, that the criminal justice intervention, a traditional type of an arrest situation, is truly not the best outcome, and it's not the most productive outcome, and it doesn't sustain a positive outcome or an elimination of any kind of nuisance or crime issue in our community. So in reimagining how we do business in this regard, we came up with a concept that is civilian-led, which I think is also an important thing to note. It's important for us to have perspectives beyond just sworn police officer perspectives, and those of us that have achieved rank in the police department, we are inextricably tied to the experiences that we have as police officers. So being able to broaden perspectives with the involvement of staff that don't have the same walk of life that we do is actually not only good for us, it's good for officers to work alongside those folks that are professionals in the mental health field, in other helping organizations and fields, because it helps us actually continue the momentum of the change of our culture in the many ways that the changes of the last decade have necessitated. But we're able to do that next to people that really have expertise in that way. And so it just helps shape and form even the way we do business in their absence. And the reality is police officers have been engaged in de-escalation and working through crisis for their entire career. And you know, we're very adept practitioners generally at doing that, but there is no doubt that we can be aided by those that do this as a profession. So this slide highlights the structure that we're looking at from an organization chart perspective. I think it's important to note that some of the titles associated, the job classification titles associated with programs, things like the crisis intervention program, and it shows 2 administrative analysts. I think it's important to understand these truly are not administrative positions. These are practitioner, field-based positions. These are the folks that assist our staff in operations, coming alongside of them and assisting in those warm handoffs. So where I had heard some feedback about seeming like this was administratively heavy, I would offer that the only new position in here that's administrative is the division commander or the division manager, which is that business manager position. Also seeing that the homeless program manager is there and understanding that that is Mark Sawyer, I think it also sheds important light on the fact that though that's a manager position, Mark goes between boots on the ground, working with individual clients on the street to helping work with Raul Huerta as an example in high-level planning and even some aspects of acquisition for future plans for the city. So, so I illustrate that here in this slide. If we can advance the slide. And so the final slide here is actually pulled out of the staff report, but for the benefit of those viewing this elsewhere, or maybe if they haven't seen the report, this reflects the trade-off, the reallocation. And so this shows vacant positions, and I think it's important to note that they're vacant positions, totaling just over $600,000, and the cost of the new positions associated with the community outreach and support division coming in slightly less than that. Of course, there'll be some initial startup costs that will add to that total, and things that we will manage through that process. But we do stand to come in very, very similar or very close to cost neutral in this undertaking. So unless anyone wants that up, I think we can take that. Oh, I'm sorry, one other note, very bottom line here. I think it's also important to note that we are entering into an agreement with Yolo County Health and Human Services regarding the crisis intervention program, the restoration of that program supported by the Mental Health Services Act. So in that regard, we do anticipate once the county approves its budget in a couple months that we will receive offset funding. And in our case, we actually took a bolder move than most of the other agencies, and that was to not just ask for one, but to ask for two clinicians to help support us. And the prospect of that allows us to look at having one of those clinicians deployed in our city 7 days a week. And I think that's a substantial assistance to us to have that ongoing resource. It's not going to give us 24-hour-a-day coverage, but it substantially moves the mark forward, and it will allow ideally for a lot more follow-ups, a lot more of the activities that can help really change outcomes subsequent to a crisis, where their work can come beside not only the client, but the family members that represent the support network in many cases for those that are suffering, and will hopefully empower them with a broader and better readily available toolkit for any sort of subsequent breakdowns, thus really helping outcomes, helping people in our community in a way that we haven't had the capacity to do to this point. So I think we can take the slideshow down at this point. So I think part of the consternation or hesitation that some may have is seeing, as I mentioned before, that this is a compromise on safety because we see the reallocation of funds associated with police officers. And so I think it's really important that I paint a picture of just a pragmatic reality for our police department and recruitment. We do struggle. We have struggled for some time with hiring new officers. We are not in a market to successfully hire lateral or experienced officers in most circumstances. And so what we do, which actually does have a value, is we're able to hire folks fresh, no experience, but we're able to really sort through who they are. And then we actually support them through the police academy and then through our traditional field training here at the police department. The downside to that is the time it takes to get them ready to fill a slot on patrol, typically in an operationally ready, fully equipped way. And so between the training and the hiring process, it's not unusual for the run-up time to be a full year and a half for that to happen. So right now where we sit, the next academy class at this moment isn't until December that we could take advantage of. And so where we sit right now, and with this proposal before you, I think it's important to know that those 5 officers, those 5 vacant positions, nothing's going to change in those positions in this short term. And we know that we have some staff looking for work at other places currently, and so the reality is this is a cycle that continues, and you'll see in recommendation 4 that we will be coming back, and this is a very important point. We will be coming back with a proposal for anticipatory overhiring giving us the capacity as a city to shorten or shrink those operational gaps that we do experience by these the realities of our recruitment and hiring processes. That is vital, and I think that though we won't see the payoff on that in the short term, I'm confident we will still see those gaps shorten in 3, 4, 5 years as we become more adept at exercising that policy when we anticipate retirements, a year and a half, maybe even 2 years out. So that's a very important aspect of this proposal to me. It's what allows me to push this forward with confidence, being able to tell you, being able to tell our community that in this moment, I don't believe this is a compromise on public safety. Now, we do currently have and are experiencing a lot more overtime on patrol, trying to fill shifts to make sure that we have 4 or 5 officers in the city at any given time. But we're also making lemonade out of lemons. I mean, the Washington Unified did just recently, last Thursday, vote to eliminate the school resource officer program. And as much as that move pains me, it does create an opportunity to roll those 2 officers into our patrol resources and start supporting our regular day-to-day core operations in that way. And we've been in this position before. We've been in staffing situations like this before. What we haven't done before is pose a hiring policy like we anticipate doing. So at the end of the day, I think it's again an important reminder that in the short term, this is not going to further diminish our available sworn officer staff. It's a very important point to make, but again, that mechanism for hiring and overhiring is going to be really vital to making sure that in the long run, I think we end up better off in our operational gaps in sworn officers, while in this proposal also enhancing what we can do more broadly in this moment, and really in this moment of opportunity, as much as it is a challenge, to leverage how we do business differently, how we do business better. And just for a slight bit more context is just in 2020 so far, we have experienced calls specifically coded as 5150 or mentally disturbed person calls, 527 calls. I think that demonstrates a need pretty well. And these are calls that sometimes can be resolved with intervention of an officer, at least to some degree, but oftentimes may result in a trip to the hospital. The role of the clinician when they're available in this capacity is immense. They have that training to truly assess and make sure the trip to the hospital is not a wasted one, but also have the means to just speak the same language as those mental health staff at the hospital. So we know that we can provide the best care because the need is translated in the best possible way. With that, I would just reiterate that this is, again, as it was mentioned, this is step one. There's going to be many, many more things to come. And it's important, I think, for all of you to hear from me that we understand that as police, we are given immense authority. And it is absolutely appropriate, and we believe it's appropriate, that there is commensurate oversight and inquiry into what we do. The scrutiny is not only necessary, it's welcome. It is a major contributor to what makes us better and continually improves what we do. And so even though there may be some discomfort over some of the feedback we get, we understand that it's absolutely important that we hear it, and we are here to do that. And so with that, I thank you for the time, and we'll turn it back over to you.
All right, Chief, thank you very much for the presentation, for your leadership on this, and all the incredible amount of work that this is a wholesale restructuring in some ways of the work of the department in just a few weeks that you've worked on. It's not unprecedented elsewhere, but you've taken the learnings from all over the country and built something that is is based on those lessons, but also uniquely suited to West Sacramento and the department that you lead. So I very much appreciate it. So let's begin with questions for the chief or other members of the staff at this point. Then we'll return for the review of public comment, then we'll return for the round of discussion. All right, are there, Mayor Pro Tem Sandin?
Yeah, I think mine actually is not so much a question. I really want to share how much I appreciate the thoughtfulness and care that went into this proposal and the efforts to try new directions. And it's particularly heartening to hear from you, Chief Strange, that you worked on this and worked with the department, and the mayor has received input from a number of community leaders to develop this. It seems to me this is the West Sac way really is to innovate and to create and to address issues head on, and to also take risks on occasion. This seems, though, as it's been proposed to us, is less of a risk and more of an addressing problems that are right in front of us in this moment and that need our attention, and that this can't wait. So I want to reserve some time in case I do have more questions, Mr. Mayor, but I just want to thank you, Chief, for providing us with this report tonight, and the direction that you've offered up as a direction for the future.
Very welcome.
Councilmember Roscoe.
And let me just entertain if there are any questions, because I have comment. And seeing,
although I lay these guidelines out at the outset, I learned long ago you cannot tell a peer what they can and cannot do. So absolutely, feel free to question or make a statement.
thank you. I want to be respectful of my colleagues. I want to thank staff and the West Sac Police Department for bringing this important item before us tonight. I've read the public comment, and some of which continues to come in related to this issue tonight. And I appreciate the discussion we're going to have tonight and the presentation so far. For some of us, activism is not a matter of choice. You know, we're at this point a minority city council, and I know I could speak for my peers when I say that we understand that the color of skin has historically been a factor in who receives justice and who does not. There have been many West Sacramento residents who have a new demand for change, and have asked each and every one of us to understand a history that's been replete with racism and discrimination and oppression, including social control and police violence, and to help us understand where we all are today as we navigate these types of discussions. And so while the broader discussion about those things won't take place tonight, I just wanted to acknowledge that I think true change is not only in the policies and the laws and in an organizational structure, but also in the in a shift in attitudes and perspectives in people who reside in the city and elsewhere. So, I appreciate the council having the opportunity to address the first part of that equation, the policies and laws tonight. And this is a first step. And I know that I have confidence that as a community and as a council that we're going to be able to navigate that second part as we move forward together. Because as my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Sandin has said, if there's a city that's known for tackling huge complex problems and doing it, immediately, it's West Sacramento. So, in 2018, my colleagues, Mayor Pro Tem Bab Sandin, Councilmember Ledesma, Mayor Cabaldon, we authored Measure N alongside with the assistance of the West Sac Police Officers Association. And that was for the purpose of tackling a huge issue that we had with retention of the best officers that serve our community. And like many other law enforcement agencies, we weren't unique. A lot of agencies are having trouble retaining the best officers and or recruiting other good ones. It's a remarkable situation to have, but as a small city, we weren't necessarily positioned to attract people to West Sac. But it's not only just recruiting talented officers. It's the utmost importance, in my opinion, is recruiting the excuse me, not just officers to fill positions, but the best and most qualified, and those officers that are reflective of the values that we have here in West Sacramento. So those that would uphold fairness and justice at all costs. As our interim chief has mentioned, we have 5 positions that haven't been filled and may not be filled in the immediate time being. And thanks to the hard work and reflection of some of our city's leaders and actively involved community servants, we have folks that have committed to tackling some of the issues that lots of people are doing nationwide, and putting a more of a local lens on it. That approach, considering crisis intervention, mental health support, and homeless services, is really important, given what interim chief just mentioned about the over 500 calls for services for 5150 calls. I mean, as someone who subpoenas officers for a living, I know that I'm removing an officer from the street when that person is served with a subpoena, because they have to sit in court all day waiting for their testimony. That's one fewer officer on the street that's there to protect and serve. So if you consider these calls for services to go to the hospital in Woodland, or maybe an arrest for a jail that's out of county, and that's a 2-hour round trip, not only booking process and or sitting with a person, a subject, until they're medically cleared for release. These are things that take officers time and resources off of the street where they're charged to protect. So with that stated, having a model where you have civilian personnel who are highly trained to respond to situations like that might preserve the opportunity for our officers to remain doing the job that they need to be doing here in West Sacramento. I'm really encouraged by the CIP model. I have been out in the streets with some of our senior lead officers, along with Mark Sawyer, as well as county employees, addressing individuals on our streets over on West Capitol and providing them resources, whether it be, social services or a ride to Woodland or whatever it is that we can do in order to give them the wraparound services. I've seen that in action, and it is very effective. So I like the model. I also look forward to, not look forward to, I am encouraged by the collaborative effort in this case. Not only the recommendations from my Brother's Keeper group, but also our department, who is willing to accept feedback and reassess its organizational structure in order to best meet the needs of the community. I recall a time not too long ago, about 13 years ago, when the complexion of the West Sac Police Department was a little different. I think I know I've seen extraordinary changes since then, and I'm really proud of the work that our officers are doing out there. They're from the release of the guiding principles document on the new website that provided transparency for the department's use of force, policies, demographics, and training, to just all of the activities on a yearly basis that our department utilizes in order to try to connect and create relationships with people in our community, specifically youth. But I will highlight a comment the mayor said. West Sacramento has reported 0 use of force incidents resulting in injury or death over the last 3 years, and no complaints filed alleging bias-related policing. And that says a lot. That says a lot. It says a lot about leadership. It says a lot about the commitment of our officers, and it doesn't go unnoticed. I also want to highlight the work that our homeless outreach or homeless coordinator has done. And we're very fortunate to have such a top-notch homeless coordinator who's so good that we actually need a clone of him. And I think from Project Room Key to Home Key to encampments and downtown streets and grassroots services, Mark Sawyer has been unparalleled in my experience. And so I do look forward to having someone like him out on the streets, helping to outreach to some of our most vulnerable residents out there. I think that's going to be an incredible asset. But finally, I'd like to thank the mayor. He's amongst the first mayors in our nation to commit to addressing the concerns of many in our community by signing on to the My Brother's Keeper Alliance. I think anybody who knows Mayor Cabaldon knows that he doesn't engage in empty platitudes or symbolic signaling. It's not his hustle. He's about action, and he's led our city to address some difficult challenges here. And I appreciate the My Brothers Keeper group for accepting that challenge to address many of these concerns. So with that, of course, I have, concerns. I think the most major one is, there are going to be times when non-sworn civilian employees are responding to calls for service, and they might be ill-equipped to deal with the types of incidents they're facing. And I mean, as someone who reads police reports for a living, I understand the ever-changing complexion of how calls for services might originate and escalate. And so I can imagine there'd be scenarios wherein an officer's needed to clear a scene or at least secure a call before a civilian comes in. So it wouldn't really lessen their activity in the call for service, but rather just be kind of conjunctive at the same time. And I don't want to ever put any civilian employees in line of danger. So, clearly I think that would be the recommended effort. So the other thing is, with respect to consideration of any potential budget constraints down the line, whether or not we can consider funding sources, whether that be any of our other measures outside of our general fund, just to ensure that we can maintain this structure while also being nimble enough to be able to employ and fill the positions that may become vacant. I've spoken with Interim Chief Strange. I've spoken with West Sac Police Officers Association leadership, our city manager, and I feel very confident that the overhire policy will assist us in recruitment efforts. I know that Interim Chief has been working on this for a couple of years and it feels very confident about that. So I want to just acknowledge that there are some fears floating around about this is a defunding the police situation. I think our big issue is whether or not we are prepared to and have the opportunity now to hire officers. And if that answer is no, and we can do something very proactive with those resources, I think it's time to take advantage of it. But that said, I want to make sure that we are able to take advantage of any opportunity if that opportunity arises where we have the right officer, the right fit, the person that's ready to come to West Sacramento, and we can just snatch them immediately. Because frankly, there have been calls about what types of officers we want here. And I will transition then, and I'll end soon. I'll transition to this. Hey, I get this once, so I'm going to do this. All right. I want to challenge my community. I want to challenge my colleagues. I want to challenge human resources and our police department. We want something in West Sacramento, so we should go out and get it. We want officers that reflect the complexion of our community. Well, let's create them. Let's start that pipeline today. Right now we have, as our chief has mentioned, the elimination of the school resource officer position, which depending on how it's used can be an incredible resource for children who have interest in being in public service. Of course, now we are going to have to employ other creative measures for outreach. And I say to my colleagues, let's take on the charge. Let's go out and recruit. Let's go and find these kids that want to go into public service and do it the right way. I also will say that, I volunteered year after year in this West Sac PD's boxing camp. And that means boxing with children, okay? They fight hard, okay? This isn't, but the point is, you want them to be interacting with folks so they can have access to what you have, so that they can be inspired to be where you are. And those are opportunities that we can't discount. And also, I'll end with this. Every morning I wake up, and when my husband passes me in the morning and he's wearing a suit, I know it's testing day. When he's wearing his BDUs, I know it's physical agility testing. So if he's in a suit, he's interviewing and he's testing somebody, he's doing orals. And if he's in some other outfit, then he's going to be doing something else physical. But the point I'm trying to make is that Sacramento PD is not stopping their recruitment efforts. They have been going since COVID, before COVID, and they are going to continue with that priority. We need to be doing exactly what they're doing, because there's no reason why the people across the river are getting the first pickings of these wonderful opportunities and recruits. We need to be on it and keep our eye and ears to the ground and make sure that we're getting the people we want. So thank you to MBK, thank you to our chief, thank you to our council and our mayor. This is a commendable effort, and as such, it has my support. Thank you.
Councilmember Orozco, thank you very much. One of the things I'm proudest about of our community is the council, and we've seen that over the last several months that in the height of the COVID situation, we were trying to figure out how do we support the fragile network of nonprofit organizations, and we looked around and we saw that the people had elected as one of their representatives someone with one of the region's most distinguished experts and accomplished professionals in that domain, when we had to help connect small businesses to the PPP loans and all the other resources out there. And we looked around and we said, oh, one of our council members is one of the leading experts and facilitators and matchmakers for small businesses in the country. And then tonight, as we're taking up this issue, to have somebody that I'm pretty sure started in Law and Order SVU, but someone with the depth of background in this work, in all dimensions of it, as a woman of color, making her way through the world, and I know since we both went to Berkeley, as an activist and a protester herself, and as a spouse and the mom of kids whose dad is a police officer, and as a district attorney, bringing so much, such a rich background and perspective that is essential in order to get this done and get it right. Because as you said, I think for no one in the council or in the department or in City Hall has this been about how do we, and I know it has been in some other places, but not here. It's not a defund effort. It's how do we make sure that we are protecting public safety and justice and equality and fairness at the same time. It's not like one's first and the other one's second. How do we do both of them? And we can. And without your leadership and your calling out, your insights, your passion, your honesty, and you're willing to take some risks, I want to personally say thank you for that, and our council is so much stronger because of its diversity. We talk a lot about this 80% person of color city council, majority women, and 60% Latino, and all of those markers of diversity. But its diversity of perspective has never been more needed than this year, and has never been more evident than in nights like tonight. So thank you very much for your opening comments and for all of the work that you've been doing on this as well. Thank you. Councilmember Guerrero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to open up with sharing my gratitude for West Sacramento Police Department, all the officers, and the reforms you've been making over the years, the reforms you've been investing heavily on, significantly, to provide and extend the community outreach and support that you have shown in reaching out to the community over this particular item. I have heard just an abundance of praise for what you've been doing out in reaching out to our youth, bridging the gaps to mitigate the history of the gang injunction, for example, that got institutionalized in our city, targeting the Latino population and some gang members. And the goal was to reduce crime. Once it's sunsetted, it's still left a mark and a relationship issue. And I think the police department was shouldered with the burden to make sure that we addressed the gaps in providing the support for the Latino community. And this is not just about giving you police officers or giving you resources in the police department. This is about providing recreational activities for our youth, after school programs, educational support so that they can graduate. This is to make sure that youth have all the resources they need to be successful. And I believe that there are parts of the city where that there is a vacuum of support. I've reached out to mental health counselors through the Turning Point program that is our dedicated community mental health resource, who have pleaded to increase more activities for youth in order for our youth to have the additional support. So it's not just about providing a warm handoff. It's not just about connecting with them and maybe, one connection. It's an ongoing effort. And what happens with the clinical social worker, from what I've heard, the Turning Point is they can see them once a week. However, if there are no resources for them in the community, then it's really, sometimes really challenging to keep them on the straight and narrow and successful in life. So although I do support the goals of this, these additional budgeted items, one of my concerns is really the loss of police officers. As I started off supporting the efforts of Measure N, and prior to that, when the contract negotiations were going on, I saw that West Sacramento lost 50% of the police officer personnel, and that's because they were not being paid well. So with Measure N and with the sweat equity of the police officers, they went out to make sure that we didn't lose any more strong police officers out on the street. And I stood by them to make sure that that didn't happen. And I canvassed the city. And fortunately, Measure N was passed, and I'm very happy for that. However, we still have 5 vacancies. So in connecting with police officers and all the community events and asking how are things going out on the street and what is happening, I'm hearing the stress. I'm hearing the stress, which is really worrisome, that they are being worked long hours, that they have to show up and they could be tired. And my concern, my fear is that there can be a situation where they may not have the proper ability to handle a situation because they're exhausted. And so that's why I fought for lateral hires. I looked into the lateral hire program, and prior to you arriving as the interim chief, and I looked into that, and I worked with the police department to see what we can do to strengthen the lateral hires, and that has not happened. And I've got to say, shame on us for leaving those 5 vacancies happening all this time. I think we need to do a better job on city council to fill those vacancies. And I don't think we're doing an adequate job. I think that our police officers are still underpaid. But I also want to go in and say what the police officers have been doing, not only doing the law enforcement duties, but also reaching out with our youth, with the youth that look up to you. And those are youth that, reach out and say, I want to go to that shop, with the cop program. I want to go to a river cat game with you. I want to spend time with somebody that cares for us and somebody that is going to keep us safe. And that's the police department. And I don't want that to go away. I want that relationship to happen and continue. And that's what the community residents have been expressing. In my 15 years on the local mental health board, in communicating with the police department, one of the major concerns I have heard has been that police personnel have to drive all the way out to Woodland when there is someone that needs to be placed on a 5150 or possibly held, or rather there is no place to put somebody on a hold for substance use if there's a problem. There is no local place for them. But we did, we did work hard. Our West Sacramento local mental health board members work hard to establish the mental health urgent care program. Now that's going to be shut down, and we're going to replace it with crisis intervention teams. However, that leaves a gap again. That leaves that personnel having to drive all the way out to Woodland, and that takes time.
And can I just close this?
Sorry. So that takes time for the personnel to go all the way out to Woodland and back. And I'm grateful that this particular program will allow the police officers to continue to do their job, the public safety work. And that's what I've been very supportive of, which is a result of SB 82. The mobile crisis support teams were established in 2014, 2015, around that time. And that's where Mark Sawyer came in, and working, side by side with the mental health board members and with the chief and the county personnel in writing that grant. Everybody came together, and we were ranked #1 in obtaining that grant. And fortunately, we have Mark Sawyer, who's still here with us. He's hung in, and he's a great team member. Now, looking at what he's directed his attention to, aside from crisis support, it's homeless intervention, and he's done an incredible job. In looking forward, you've also done an incredible job with the community-oriented policing, and that particular work in reaching out, Coffee with the Cop, reaching out to the community has been incredibly important. Educating the community on what you do and what more we can do. So I know you have a lot of tools in your belt already to kick this off and make this a successful program. And that's because we have great people like Taylor, who is a grant writer. So it's not just going to be this funding source. All these things that have been happening, including the football clinics, the boxing academy, it's as a result of talented people like Taylor and other police officers, the sergeants and the lieutenants who are out there pitching in and making these things possible. Working together with probation and the sheriff's department and other regional partners so that we can provide activities for our youth. And what can we do for the adults, and what can we do more for those in domestic violence situations? I think I'd like to see this unit spend a little more time to do that, given that this unit is likely to get approved. My preference would be to establish outside funding sources to provide that support. I have no concern having it under the police department. But I'd also like to see a more rigorous approach, because this is something that is just a long time coming, and something I've been advocating for on the lateral hiring process, and making a more robust program so that we can fill those vacancies. And we can take a look at alternative funding sources, as Councilmember Orozco stated, to fund these other budgeted items that are being funded with the 5 positions. Another area that I've been advocating for, so that we can alleviate the burden and the time that our investigation personnel, is using smart technology, cameras. And so when there are incidents out on the street, we have to rely on Sacramento in order to get a license plate reader, or we have to rely on our residents and use their cameras. I think that's the dark ages. I think we could do a lot better, and I think we should have been doing a lot better years ago. And I think Measure E is the source for that. And I really, really do think that it's taken a long time, for us to be able to help you out. And I think we need to do a lot better for you. So I do challenge our city council members to provide you with that support. I know you've been asking for it, and I'm here in support for that. And also, just to reiterate that our police officers are some of the most compassionate, caring, and very supportive unit for our community. I've heard the praise and support from our members, and received a lot of phone calls and a lot of emails and a request, to do more forums, to see what we can do to help support you, and to build something that is going to provide diversity in the police department, that is going to bring credible messengers, individuals that are from the community, who can relate to people that you are reaching out to, who are not going to be necessarily, a master level social worker or a bachelor level social worker. It's going to be somebody that, who has a past of addiction issue, and can relate much better with others that have addiction issues. There are nuances about interacting with individuals that I as a licensed clinical social worker do not have. And I deeply respect those that have those skills, and welcome them in to provide that level of support, because it'll be, really, we'll be knocking our heads against the wall trying to provide them with that support for somebody who has the background and can relate a lot better, you know, can easily manage that. Another one of my concerns, you know, I do appreciate the relationship with the county and the Mental Health Services Act, which is possibly going to alleviate one of the budgeted items because it'll be 50% shared with the Mental Health Services Act program. I don't think we have the capacity to deliver the much needed services. So my concern is there's going to be repeated contact with the same individuals. And we need to take a look at working, you know, more assertively with the county in bringing resources into West Sacramento, more substance use treatment programs, innovative ways to work with the fire department, who also in the medical, you know, response, you know, provide support for those that have overdosed, and just bridge more partnerships where we can so that we can reduce the workload for you. And human trafficking is another area along West Capitol Avenue that I've seen that we can do more to provide with the county human services. So to the extent that we can do more to partner with like Time for Change program or Empower YOLO, who do such a great job in addressing those issues, reaching out to programs that already have the resources and that we don't have to rebuild it. We don't have to pay a high-paid clinician who's going to come in new, take about a year or two to figure out the game out here. If we can actually extend a grant or a contract or support so that they can have additional resources to provide that support. And I know the Rotary Club has a huge human trafficking grant program that I'd like to see how we can tap into that. And, you know, there are other resources, I think, that we should take a look at, that our community is rich, including, you know, there's a public comment from Samantha. And Samantha, you know, I think her point was to be very supportive, and I embrace that, to be very supportive of a proposal that's going to provide resources, not only for, you know, people that she's known, but for Tammy, who's been a foster parent for over 250 foster youth, who I know has had to call you, but her expression is, I'd rather call a crisis intervention person instead of somebody with a badge. So yes, this is going to resolve those issues, but my deepest concern is the loss of police officers on the street. I worry. I'm sleepless sometimes just thinking that something bad can happen because they're stretched too thin. And because of that, I'd like to rest a little more easy knowing that you have the support. And for that reason, to make a statement that we need to be more proactive, I'm going to abstain from taking action on this proposal. And I think we need to do more to provide support for our West Sacramento Police Department, which we have a lot of pride in the work you've done in our community. And thank you, and thank all of the West Sacramento police officers for the service that you have done.
Thank you. And
we're going to turn to, oh, sorry, Chief, if we can get through the council members, I'm going to look up the definitions of proactive and abstain, but while I'm doing that, can we turn to Councilmember Ledesma?
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief Strange and City Manager Laurel for bringing this item. I'm going to start with this. Dante, Joe, Byron, Ryan, Mr. Price, Christy, Reverend Kimball, Preston, thank you for stepping up and stepping in, for sharing your stories to the community, sharing your experiences in life. I have not felt discrimination or racial fear. I grew up in with a family in a poor part of Sacramento, and certainly in a predominantly Black community, and had friends and didn't know what that was or what racism was, because those were neighbors and friends. But I've grown to understand that that is there, and for these community members, our neighbors, who we see in the community all the time, who serve on our community nonprofits, even for some of our commissions, and are just friends in our community, to come forward and share those experiences they've had and fears that they have of that may have had from their previous experiences in other neighborhoods and other communities, and what they fear for their kids or their neighbors' kids. I just want to say thank you for sharing that experience and informing this process. I cannot imagine having having to explain to my kid what it is to be careful of with police. I've not had to do that here in this community. My kids were have been raised here and have been privileged and lucky enough to be in this community and grow up and see the great work that our police officers have. It was really it was heartfelt to hear some of the stories that were communicated out of the sessions, that there is a general feeling of our police officers are doing the right things. And we knew that in our heart, right? There was always, me as a council member for 10 years, it's always been my fear of an incident akin to a George Floyd incident or some other incident. We've been blessed not to have that. And you knock on wood when you do that, because I understand the stress, tremendous amount of stress that officers have in the field and facing crisis every day. But we've been good about that. And I think that to me, having this opportunity, which comes along once a generation, maybe, where an entire nation, society comes together and says, yeah, this is something that needs to be different now. And then to have, being in an incredible position that we are as council members, to have an influence on the outcomes of policing and on these families that we don't get to experience every day. To be able to pick up the phone, call the city manager, pick up the phone, have a very long conversation, which I appreciate, Chief Strange, that we've had, and your clear understanding of our intent here. And our intent is good. Our intent is, at least mine is to listen to the community members that stood up and shared their experiences and said, we've been good and we all recognize that we can be better. And this community has a history of doing that already. And so I want to thank them and you, Chief Strange. I know this has been a collaborative listening session and learning session for all of us. And I'm not one to, I think the mayor brought up, this was a moment where you're not, I went out to the local residents, put together a demonstration rally or protest right here at the Southport Town Center down the street from me, to wave signs and show support for Black Lives Matter. And I was there, went out. I'm not one, and this council knows it, I'm not the one to Facebook post and be the activist. That's not what I do, but I do know when it's time to stand up. It was time to stand up a few years ago when we had a president who chose to pick on where my heritage is and the kids and stress possible deportation of them and the fear of ICE in our community. And our police responded to that with us. And this is another moment like that, where it's time that we stand up and come together. This isn't perfect. We know that there's going to be things we have to address. If you know, Chief Strange, I appreciate your service, and Aaron, you've been very open. We've been very open about trying to keep our city financially sound so that we can weather good times and bad and pay our officers, our firefighters, firefighters, our parks workers, our public works people, everybody that makes the city go, is to make sure they can make a living as best we can. And this is a time when I'm just in a belief where the moment has come to us to where on a journey we've already started. I mean, Lieutenant Strange, you were there with us when we had our ad hoc committee on 21st century policing a few years ago, and you brought together the data collection. You know, I learned more about law enforcement at that time than I ever knew. And now we have regular quarterly reports that we share data on and see where we are. And we need to get better at that too, and making sure we're taking action on those or getting systematic root causes. We talked about that. We've been working to increase over the years our 21st century policing into the community, which has led to a moment where we have our organization like this, where we are solidifying our community outreach, which has been hugely successful. And I've been to those events and the summer nights and the boxing clinics and everything else, and that does engage our youth. And that's the direction as a society we've chosen to go. And our community members who share that we do a good job of this. This isn't just about the moment fixing something that's wrong. It's about being proactive, making it better for those in future generations when they come here, when we continue to grow, when we have more diversity, that we welcome them here and they don't fear it here. And so I applaud this. I really do. This is 1.0. This is really us getting a launch pad, not a landing pad for me, because I have a lot of questions around how we do independent oversight. I have a lot of questions about, as this council knows, how do we bring diversity into all sections of leadership into our city, and so our police officers, our firefighters, our everybody reflects what our community looks like. That's deeply important to me. And again, I just recall the experience of people, white, Black, Hispanic, Asian, coming together at this moment on Jefferson Boulevard behind Southport, saying it's time to change something. And just like who we are, not a lot of, at least for me, not a lot of raw social media. Here's who I am. Let's just get to work. And thanks to all the people I named who came up and were called up and said, yeah, I'll share my experience and I'll help this. And they know it's, you know, something deeply personal like this, and to share that, this is when you stand up and you say, we're going to do what's right. And if there's things we need to fix, Aaron and Chief Strange, down the line, we'll do what we always do. We'll fix it. We'll get better. And we're going to continue on this journey, in my mind. There's a lot more work to do. And I'm fully supportive of this. I am supportive of coming back to the kind of the forward hiring notion about being able to kind of keep the pipeline going. I agree with Councilmember Orozco and her very informed. I really lean on her in these times around what really happens and what makes law enforcement go, and we're at a policy level. So yeah, I 100% agree about how we should approach hiring practices. But we got to start somewhere. And so fully supportive of this. I appreciate the tremendous amount of work that has been done and taking this first bold step, which again, to me, we've laid the foundation for, our voters have laid the foundation for by passing Measure E and funding homelessness as a key issue. We have walked the walk, and we're going to continue doing it. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the effort.
Thank you, Councilmember Ledesma. I also want to thank the residents that stepped forward to participate and to share. And I'm not sure I would have for all of them, and for Black folks in our community around the region. This wasn't a week or two of expression for the first time. It wasn't a moment to learn about some issue in society. to dabble, and then to come back later, maybe or maybe not. Our community said, we see you, we see you, I'm not gonna mention names, we see you, mom, on the cul-de-sac, feeling like it's not safe for you to walk 3 blocks away from your home unless you're in a group of other women. Not because of gang violence, but because of racist calls. To the young man who's had law enforcement exposure, and who still struggles with the trauma of that. We see what you've been through. And when we went around the room in that first group, I remember being struck by one of the residents who happens to be a city commissioner, who said, well, you know, my neighbors have called the police on me repeatedly every week. And I thought, that's horrible. And how have I never heard this before? You know, you're a community leader. But before I could ask, the next person said the same thing. And then the next, and then the next. And most of the participants in this My Brother's Keeper group reflected that experience back. A profound sense of not just not belonging, but that the abuse of a system of law enforcement for racial reasons against them, just like Amy Cooper in Central Park, was a daily burden that they and their families lived and experienced every moment, and they had for their entire lives, right? And for most of them said they experienced much worse than that if they came here from Sacramento or from Oakland or from some other community, but all of their lives. And the one thing I know I swore to them at that moment and to myself was that this wasn't going to be a moment where you just show up at a protest one day, wave a sign, and then you're done. And then suddenly it's back to, hey, I'm the best friend of the police union, or I'm just all about law and order. We're going to say we're here to combat systemic racism and end the deep injustice that has been brought to light, and been brought to the fore of activism in our own community, that's a battle, and if it's on us to stick with it. And so I can't even, for tonight, we cannot be having a bidding war over who is the most supportive of the police union. This is a conversation about doing what's right in the history of the country, in the history of our community, and making sure that our own residents and neighbors, the people that we serve, can be safe in their own community, can feel safe, can live safe in their own community. That's the promise that we all made. Not just the 5 of us, not just the chief, but so many West Sacramentans that stood up during that moment to say, yeah, we're gonna be here. And it's not just a week or 2 of activism and then we're done. We expect our community and our city to step up. And so I'm very grateful for them for the group of our African-American community leaders to do that, because every experience they've had before probably would have said, no, it's going to be a passing moment. You know, everything that always happens will happen again, and they'll just move on to something else, and they'll start debating and arguing other things. We cannot let that happen. We must not let that happen. And it's why I've been so proud of the chief and the department and our city manager and others who have rallied to put together, not by chicken wire and chewing gum, but a really smart plan, that in this one domain of what do officers do, and if somebody does call the police department because there's too much, they're saying the party's too loud or something else is going on, then maybe we don't need an armed officer every time in those situations. And maybe the racialization of those 911 calls diminishes. Maybe we can make a difference. Maybe we can solve some of these problems and create the kind of trust that we need. But we have to take this seriously and accept that we have a role to play in combating systemic racism, and it begins in this work. And so yes, this is one piece of many. That's why it's a system that we're addressing. But this is a very important one. This is a fundamental change in the way that we think about public safety in a 21st century way to assure that safety for our community and for our residents. This is the place where that should happen. This isn't about developing services, right? That we are not becoming the county. I know we got a couple of questions on public comment. You know, I'm just a little worried about, you know, what will this turn into? And even some of the conversation tonight was, well, we should make sure that we are solving the problems of mental health and social work. That's beyond the scope of what this proposal is. This proposal is the work of the police department to assure public safety. How is that best accomplished? And how can we assure that that's done in a way where the use of the uniform and of arms is proportionate to the need and appropriate to that moment, that it is fully available when it is needed, and fully trained and staffed and fully supported when it is needed, and where that isn't the most optimal, that we're ready there as well. That's what the proposal is about, in a simple way. And I'd be for it even if we weren't trying to deal with the deep issues of systemic inequality and racism in our community. This is a good idea anyway. But it is essential that we understand we're not talking about opening up a whole new mental health center. We're not going, the responsibilities that the county has for those services remain. This is a part of how we assure public safety and respond most effectively to the calls and issues that are needed to protect the community and protect the folks upon whom the department depends. So I've seen no proposals for the last 2 years from any member of the council. No motions have been made, no proposals have been submitted for any other alternative actions with respect to police recruitment or hiring or any of these efforts. This is the first proposal to come forward, and thanks to the department for bringing it. I personally don't support lateral hiring as the principal means. Lateral hiring can be one of the most reinforcing policy mechanisms for systemic inequality and for systemic lack of diversity in police departments, simply looking for other officers in other agencies. One of the key learnings from the My Brother's Keeper process, and this came from the public safety and policing experts in that group, is to focus on hiring people who care about the community first. And second, around then getting them the training that they need to be effective police officers in your community. But just going around looking for folks who want to be police officers generically, yes, we will continue to do that. You have to do that. But that can't be the primary pipeline to have a police department that is trusted and respected and that meets the needs of a community. And that's a powerful lesson, and it's one that you cannot achieve simply by lateral hiring. It is the kinds of things that Councilmember Orozco talked about, that the chief has talked about, that's part of the last recommendation here in the agenda item tonight, and that the My Brother's Keeper group also surfaced many of these notions as well. I was very glad to see Preston Jackson from the school board and members of the group really emphasize the opportunities for a public service or police and fire academy in our community that could provide academic credit and career training for students in our high schools in order to be able to move to have an expedited path into law enforcement. That's a proven model in other places, and that could make a big difference in a community like ours. This division itself, very fundamentally, creates the opportunities for even more individuals to be working in the department and to consider consider cross-training, to consider lateraling within the department, between this division and other parts of the department as well, to create the pathways for that sort of homegrown, local, diverse, high-quality, community-committed department that our officers are committed to, and that Councilmember Orozco emphasized. We have to take responsibility for growing, and that we have to project in our community what we care about, what we are trying to achieve, and the department that we have, and the department that we are continuing to evolve and to get better, just like the rest of the community as well. That will only happen with great people, fundamentally. Policies and structures can do only so much. We need even more and more great people. I'm confident that this proposal gives us the beginnings of much of that, as Councilmember Ledesma and several of the commenters that we've received tonight from public comments have said. It is not perfect. That's the West Sacramento way. The best way to learn about something is to start trying, to start working, to start doing the work, and learning the lessons as you go. And we're small enough and nimble enough to be able to do that. And we have a chief and a department and the rest of the city organization and community members and volunteers that are ready to help to deliver that. But we have to be committed first and foremost in this enterprise achieving that equity, to achieving that justice, to achieving that safety and that security as well. I also want to join, I think, a couple of colleagues and the chief. I'm disappointed about the school resource officers as well. I think that there's the opportunities that we have to reinforce our alternative work and connections with the schools are there. And this new division has the potential of being a new connection with our schools also. And having both of those officers back on the beat on patrol will mean that we're able to advance this proposal tonight that does so much to advance our work in clinical intervention and supports and homeless outreach, and simultaneously have additional folks on the streets once we align our budget in order to accomplish that. So this is a way for us to, on every dimension, simultaneously improve the quality and the quantity of safety personnel that are working in service of our community. And again, thanks to the council for considering it so seriously, and for all of the tremendous feedback and improvements as we're going to go forward on this further. So, Chief, I know you had some both some additional information and perhaps some observations you wanted to make now, and then we'll turn to Councilmember Orozco.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just to add on to one of your final comments there, the partnership with the school district will remain. They're an important institution in our community, and myself and Assistant City Manager Berlin will hopefully be meeting with the superintendent next week to talk about the new adaptations, iterations of our relationship, and exactly how we can find a way to have a space to at least continue to foster connection that then turns into relationship and turns into partnership and turns into growing the youth in a way that helps them see the opportunities that may even present itself within our police department in their future. So I definitely wanted to touch on that, and really broadly, knowing the involvement of all of you in Measure N, that's vital. And it's going to be vital as we go forward. As we all know, the economic picture as we move into the future is uncertain. So certainly this also tees up challenging conversations that will persist for all of you, and issues that we'll continue to exercise dexterity and adaptation around as we work to staff and keep things going. I did want to comment, I know that there was a comment about the senior lead officers and rolling around with them and seeing the work that they do. And this is one of those adaptations. There's going to be a certain amount of constraints that are, during moments, during periods of time where the level of service from the police department does necessarily have to change. We're in one of those moments right now where, to support our core services, the senior lead officers are rolling back into a patrol deployment. But again, our adaptations aren't giving up the work that they do. It means that we're staffing differently on a shift so that they can use part of that time to support the work of Mark Sawyer and the homeless management. So we will continue to adapt and to adjust, not only because this moment calls for it, but our goal always is to provide the highest level of service we can to this community. It's what the community deserves. And we do feel the support from our community broadly. We may not always hear the voices, but we do know that exists. And I do appreciate the call, Councilmember Orozco, for change, to be opportunistic, and to be have more dexterity around hiring practices. I think it's going to take some work to get there. I think the proposal that's embedded in the recommendations here advances that. But even beyond that, I think we have a moment here as leaders in this community to also help in our recruitment. What we're doing tonight, how we're undertaking change tonight, is definitely different than some of the very, very drastic reforms that are going on in certain communities. I would offer that some of those communities may actually have officers that could care about our community. And there might be an opportunity there to appeal to them, not because we can be as competitive as some would like with pay, but because we offer a community and a leadership body that expresses its support and trust and belief in who their police officers are today and who we will be in the future. With that, I'll submit.
Love that, Chief. 80% of cities report that they cannot fill vacant police officer positions right now. And so you and Councilmember Roscoe's exhortation to recruit based on values and the community, and in addition to fair compensation, but describing the place that somebody will work and serve is just as important in many ways, and that we're facing a national crisis that's only going to get worse as a result of the events of the last several months in terms of the ranks of folks that are willing to sign up, and the few that are going to be looking for departments that take exactly these kinds of actions and envision themselves serving their communities in a 21st century way. Councilmember Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Right down the hall from me right now, bedtime is happening. There were little kids that were waiting until 10 o'clock until I could tuck them in. And I'm going to miss that tonight because this conversation is that important to me. I chose to raise my children in West Sacramento. They weren't born anywhere else and relocated here. They have lived their entire lives in West Sacramento. And this family, my family, believes strongly in public safety. We would never choose a community that we felt was unsafe for our children's experience. 4 of them. This is a policy that was authored by our interim chief. And in my discussions with the West Sac POA today, I understand that the POA supports it. If my department leadership supports this as a first step to a robust effort of improving public safety in my community, I'm going to listen to that. I don't intend to tell everybody I'm the end all be all. I am a servant to my community and someone who might happen to have a little more experience when it comes to law enforcement, just by virtue of what I do every day. And also by the people I surround myself with, good people who also believe that our city should have a very strong public safety organization. I worry about misinformation and fear mongering. I believe that very strongly that this decision tonight comes down to informed recommendations by people who know what they're doing. And if my decision today is advancing that effort, then I'm all in. This is not politics for me. This is my safety, the safety of my children, and this is my community. And so I'm going to adopt the recommendations that are put forth before me. And that's why I support this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is that a motion?
It is.
Councilmember Guerrero and then Councilmember Ledesma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My recommendation is to ask for more time to include more input from the community instead of taking a vote tonight. And that is one of the areas that I'd like to see more input when we make such significant investment decisions, and especially on the impact on public safety personnel, that we take a look at getting more stakeholder input. Our process today, as a result of the pandemic, excludes participation for involvement during the city council meetings. It's something I've not been supportive of. I've been pushing, asking our city manager to get more involvement during our meetings on city council instead of just written statements. I'd like to see an opportunity for a forum to happen so that we could see who out there is supportive. I am also all for something that our community is supportive of. And I am very sensitive to the history of racism and the impact that it has had on our African American, our Black community, our Hispanic community. And I am supportive of change to change that, especially in West Sacramento. But I would like to make sure that our community has the opportunity to provide that input. And I am afraid that this situation does not lend to that. And for that reason, I am abstaining, because I would like to make sure that we include public testimony. Thank you.
Councilmember Ledesma.
Seconding the motion from Councilmember Roscoe.
All right. right, so it's been moved and seconded. And apparently all discussion has ceased, and I think we noted several times, but we didn't ask the city clerk formally. We have received several public comments on this item. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we did receive several public comments for this item.
All right, and I believe my reading was the vast majority of folks were urging the adoption of the proposal in some form. So we have the motion before us. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on item 18?
Councilmember Orozco.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sandin.
Aye.
Councilmember Guerrero is abstaining. Councilmember Ledesma.
Aye.
And Mayor Cabaldon.
Aye. All right, that motion carries and the action is approved. Chief, again, thank you very much for your steady, visionary, committed leadership on this. Really, very much appreciated, and we're looking forward. I know to the implementation and to the learning and the lessons as we go forward. But I think we all, as we've all said, the recognition of the departments is, well, you said the word nimble, but also recognition of the role that the department plays in society, and the heavy responsibility that law enforcement has, and your preparedness as a department and all of our team to step up to that, and is evidenced yet again tonight. So appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So we have two remaining additional agenda items, and it is 10:15, as Councilmember Roscoe has indicated. I know it's problematic for some in terms of family and work obligations. I know it is absolute. Item 20 is critical, but item 20 is our weekly item on COVID response, and it's principally a written report. Item 19 is the courtyard project, which has a time sensitivity, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Mr. Laurel?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, so we'll go to item 19 then, and move as expeditiously as we can. And item 19 is consideration and award of a construction contract and several engineering support services contracts and amendments, and adoption of resolution 20-13 to implement the Corporation Yard project phase 1.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll try to be mindful of the time and keep this presentation as brief as we can. Not going to make a habit of introducing items going forward with this one. I did want to provide some historic context. So we'll be teaming the slides between myself, James Strand, and Roberta quickly to go over the budget. So there's been many staff involved over this project over nearly 20 years. Yash, if you could put up the slides, we can go through those. Like I said, this project has been involving many people over the years, including the council, the Port Commission, many actions that led up to this moment. The first slide is, I'll just skip ahead. It's going to be a presentation of what we're going to cover. I'll give some historic context. James Strand will go over the scope of the project, and then also Bill Roberts will be available. He's our Director of Public Works O&M to answer any questions. So before James goes through the project scope, I did want to provide some context for why we're here. The courtyard is the operational heart of the city. For our residents and businesses, it's where we store, we maintain, we operate all the functions that interface most with the public. Our road crews that fill the potholes, our sewer and stormwater maintenance teams, our facilities maintenance group, our parks division all work out of there. Everything that they do, everything that they use to maintain the city, every piece of equipment, stored materials and vehicles all come out of the courtyard. It's also the place they bring back things from maintenance activities, whether it's cleaning up storm water debris that goes into the decamp facility, or green waste that's collected from trimming and maintaining our landscape. All those things happen here, but currently it's a facility that's 60 years old. It's undersized. It has structures, storage and disposal facilities that were well past their prime by the time the city incorporated in 1987. And we actually inherited it from the East Yolo Community Services District. So you'll hear from James and Bill, potentially if you have questions about how this project gives us an opportunity to bring those core functions up to a contemporary standard. With that, it also brings opportunities for efficiency, expansion of storage facilities, better accountability and control related to fueling, adaptability for a future electric fleet, and also really importantly, compliance with current environmental standards, They will all enhance the service delivery out of the operations and maintenance department and also the parks maintenance division to our residents and businesses. But it is the first step. It's also the hardest step to take, especially with an uncertain financial environment. And given the fact that this is the phase one of a project with the admin and fleet buildings to come later. But that brings me to my final point while we're here. This project also matters so much more beyond the services that it'll enable us to do better. But as I mentioned earlier, this is in the report, it's possibly the most important step the council, the city and the council can take within its own control to shape the future course of the Pioneer Bluff District. In the staff report, we included a summation of the last 5 years of work and investment by the city council and the port related to planning, infrastructure, and deindustrialization of Pioneer Bluff. And putting this together with the team, it was a reminder of just how much progress has been made to realizing the vision for that area that was set forth in the city's first general plan. Everything that's happened, some of the things that have been mentioned tonight, the McGowan Bridge, Village Parkway extension, the deal we have with Shell to demolish and then acquire the Tane Farm property through the port, the Riverfront Street extension that we had on the agenda earlier tonight, and so much more. But it's also a reminder of how far we still need to go and how important the courtyard relocation is to advance the infrastructure and land use plans that were set forth under the Pioneer Bluff Transition Plan and Master Plan. So I admit that it's difficult to go out there today and envision what great things could become of our current site, our former wastewater treatment plant, the Stone Lock facility, and the rest of the area. But much of the same could have been said just over a decade ago about the Bridge District. At that time, our work was focused on removing obstacles, relocating industrial uses, acquiring property, and doing all the very difficult work it takes to turn a former industrial area into what you're seeing happen today. New housing, new retail businesses, and amenities for our residents. And that's what the project's all about, between that and the operational enhancements that it brings. That's why we've been working on it and staying with it for 15 plus years. So we have this opportunity now to push the operations and maintenance functions into a new modern standard and to do it in a way that advances enormous potential for our riverfront. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to James and ask that he just quickly move through the scope of the project so we can get to any questions the council has. We can talk quickly about the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. I'm James Strand, the project manager for the Courtyard Project Phase 1. I think in light of time and Aaron really extensively covering a lot of the touch points here, I'll just mention that this project seeks to provide all amenities needed for us to put buildings on this site, while also providing poising us operationally to make transitions today, or once it's built, for public works operations and maintenance, with the decant facility, fuel station, and green waste facilities, and the laydown yard. The interesting things about this project, the unique, the thoughtful design that was put into it, provides a 21st century corporation yard, which will process up to approximately 725,000 gallons of stormwater a year. That's industrial stormwater, treated stormwater, and it's poised for fleet electrification, battery storage, photovoltaics, whatever we want to do, but it doesn't force us to. But it's simple, thoughtful design planning, providing space on the electrical panel, sizing the conduit correctly, making the runs so we don't have to dig twice. But it really prepares us for that sustainable, climate-facing corporation yard of the future that we need, that the city would benefit from having. So I just want to mention those things. Bill Roberts is available for further detail if the council is interested. I know there was a time constraint mentioned, but I know he is standing by. We discussed that as something to be available for the council if we want to go into more detail. But at this time, if there isn't any further questions or detail requested on that, I would pass it on to Roberta Raper, Director of Administrative Services, to discuss the project funding.
Sure. Good evening, Council. Yash, if you wouldn't mind advancing to slide 9, please.
Let's just go all the way to 10. I'm kidding.
We've got a funding table. So I just wanted to quickly hit on a couple of points as far as how we decided to allocate the project cost to the various funding sources that are proposed tonight. We looked at the project as a whole, looked at the bid on the construction contract portion of the phase 1, and to the extent possible allocated the costs that could be directly charged. So water work, pipelines, things of that nature were allocated to water. Similar sewer improvements were allocated to sewer. There are a number of improvements here. The building itself, fiber optics, all kinds of things that are included, the fuel station, that are of benefit to all of the staff who work in the various departments at the courtyard. So the remaining costs that we could not allocate directly to an appropriate funding source, we allocated or proposing an allocation based on the authorized position listings. So the number of employees in each cost center department who work at the courtyard and are going to benefit from the improvements. The total allocated project cost, you'll see the first column on the left past the funding, is a combination of both those directly allocated and the allocated cost based on the authorized position list. We've got previously approved appropriations of about 8.4 million. And so we tried to align the appropriations with the allocated project cost by funding source. With that, there is a proposed additional funding column. That's one piece that we're asking you to take action on tonight. And the proposed additional funding is to align the funding with the allocated project costs. In a couple of instances, road fund, for example, there's about $1 million in, let's see, we are about 1.1 million shy on the road fund portion to be able to fund that. And so we are proposing to fund that with general fund, which is the a discretionary funding source that could be used for that. And one of the few that along with tax measure funds that could be used for this. The Measure K fund, the amount that is allocated here, 427,000, that is based on the number of positions that are funded by Measure K that do street sweeping and road maintenance work. And so we did propose an allocation from Measure K to cover that. There is also an $800,000 reserve in Measure K that was set aside a couple of years ago for future capital projects, along with available fund balance that could be used for that. But in total here, we are proposing from the road fund and Measure K to cover road fund cost almost 2 million, and the remaining shortfall of 1.1 million we are proposing general fund. So I am happy to answer any questions related to funding.
And does that conclude the overall staff presentation as well?
I think I'd go back to Aaron for closing comments at this point.
Yes, it does. We can go back and cover up more scope questions if you have any more operational questions. We have slides that cover some of that, but I think we should probably go to council at this point. So,
all right, then are there questions for any of the staff on this item? Mayor Pro Tem Sandine.
Thank you. This has been a long road to get us to this point. And I think my question has to do with the opportunity costs of if this project, we didn't move forward tonight with the allocations to move the project forward and past the finish line, at least the phase 1. Well, I don't know if this is Mr. Laurel or Mr. Strand, can you paint the picture of the opportunity costs? Like what situation will we be in if we didn't move this forward? I think we've talked about kind of how we've gotten here, what the elements of the project are, but I think that's the most compelling piece for me for us moving forward is what couldn't we do, what wouldn't be done in the most effective way, et cetera. I just want to understand that a little more.
sure, and I'll do the best I can on that. I think there's some quantitative and qualitative aspects to it. So a lot of it is the history. Remember, this entire transaction was started, almost 20 years ago, but the shift to the West Capitol site was really something that was deliberate and coordinated with the city, between the port and the city. As you'll recall, the port actually acquired the site on West Capitol and has been holding it and eventually transferred it to the city for the purpose of building the courtyard. So that transaction is complete. The city has already acquired the site, has essentially the 3.2 million that was acquired from selling the site in Southport is now part of this budget. So it's hard to call that an opportunity cost, but it's more of a it would be a departure from the course that we had been on when we set out to do this project on West Capitol. So the port has really stepped up to help facilitate that project, and then the property is teed up. It's really only for one purpose. So there'd be a lot of lost work, a lot of lost momentum there. I think the other aspects of it, though, are more related to both the operational opportunity costs. Right now, we're dealing with a very antiquated, inadequate, non-compliant facility that's, all the reasons we started with for why the move needs to happen, but also more having to do with the future of Pioneer Bluff. This is a site that has tremendous future economic value. To not move forward with the project, I think is I'd call it an opportunity cost in terms of the signal it sends both to industrial use around the area, but also the momentum that we created by doing all the projects I mentioned earlier. It's really questionable how we move forward in a meaningful way in Pioneer Bluff without moving the courtyard and repurposing the site. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, that's very helpful. I think the argument about the modernization is compelling, because I've been to the courtyard, and I think that having a facility that we inherited that was built before the city was founded, I think that we would look back, not moving this project forward, and wonder why we didn't give our teams the facilities and the tools to do this work that's really fundamental to the city, that we just didn't make it happen. I think this has been such a long haul to put these pieces together, and to actually, we've already allocated funding for most of it. So this just gets us over the finish line.
Thank you. Councilmember Guerrero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Aaron, I just want to say that I really appreciate all the work you've done to focus on our infrastructure. And I think that's one of your strengths. You've had to look at financing a number of things that we have neglected for decades now. And we've been a city for over 20 years, but that's, we should have had this in our sights when we first became a city, instead of waiting all the way until now. But here we are, and we have to make those tough decisions. And so this is an important project, because the infrastructure of our city depends on this particular construction project to make sure that the rest of the city is stable. And although we're using funding sources, it's the funding sources that will be built upon making sure that the rest of the city is going to be structured and funded well. If we don't have our core support taken care of, then how do we, you give tools that are not going to work to fix things in our city. So we need to establish a courtyard that's going to give our employees the tools so that they can really do a great job. And I got to say, Aaron, you've done a great job in making sure that that happens here, not only here, but our fire department and other resources. Now, the question I have, which has been raised to me because I saw a bid advisory, has been about the process, the bidding contract process. And the question that came up was, and something that I am passionate about, is the apprenticeship program. It's a great opportunity to establish pipeline for our youth or for our unemployed. It's an economic recovery pipeline for folks in our city. And an apprenticeship program helps to open up those doors for people that need a job. And I don't think the EV grant has an apprentice. And that's what I've been informed through the bid advisory. I'd like to see what we can do to persuade them as a contractor to establish something and to work to hire our youth and our young adults who need an opportunity to learn. So if they can, and I'm there with you, I'd be willing to go speak with the principals to see what we can do to help establish some apprenticeship program so that we can hire local. And so if there's a way to, if you can educate me a little bit on how we get to that point where, somebody who comes in without that, and how can we encourage more of that to happen?
If I could have James's more generally describe the bid process and what it goes into awarding a public works contract. Thank you for your comment on that, but let's just talk about the process. And I think Roberta and I can go off camera for that. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, for the bid process, in this case, we originally started with a design build design, but we transitioned on direction of council to a design bid build in a phased process. So in this case, the city's standard template, I don't think it has a requirement for apprenticeship. And so, I think that's a policy decision on contract design, et cetera. But for us, we abide by public contract code. We put out an RFP with the design that was put together by a team of consultants under my management and the management of staff at the city. We advertise, and we award based on the lowest apparent bidder. So in this case, there was no apprenticeship requirement.
That's good to know, James. I think the next lowest bidder does have an apprenticeship program, and they were there was a difference of $2,000, I believe.
Yeah, I'd have to look back at the.
I can help with that one. So yes, the base bid is very close, but again, it's a public works contract. You have to go with the lowest responsive bidder. The difference also was more significant on the addition of the fueling station, which we are recommending carrying forward. On that basis, the gap is much larger. The process is what James described. So
thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification on that being much larger. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Roscoe.
Thank you. So I wasn't here at the inception of this project, but I have been here for the last 4 years, and it has been a topic of conversation, a very serious one for that time. I'm looking at not only the current conditions of our building as it stands today, but also the outlook for our city, and the potential for what we can be doing in the Pioneer Bluff and decommissioning and cleaning up that piece of land and repurposing it for something that's a lot more desirable. That to me is very appealing. But that's in addition to and coupled with the fact that our core support for operations is diminished because of the current conditions of the infrastructure. Of course, we look at opportunity costs at the same time, and for me, well, does this mean that if, a turn of events, there's an economic downturn, would that mean the loss of another project that I've had my eyeball on for the last couple of years? Yeah, possibly. But looking at what can be gained from the development of the Pioneer Bluff in a way that would allow those families we talked about earlier to ride their bikes safely and enjoy the riverfront, to have the land cleaned up. And this is land that's right. I can walk there right now and we'll still be in this meeting. And if I came back, it's real close. I want to enjoy it. A few years back, we talked about congestion of trucks and accidents. We had a presentation by West Sac Police Department about accidents that happen because of all of the traffic that's congesting that area. That's supposed to be a thoroughfare for folks to get to work and to get to the freeway. But in fact, we have vehicles there that, if they were relocated, might assist our community in egress. And so with that, I'm persuaded a lot. I find that those are good reasons to be in support of this item. And it is a hefty price tag, but again, I think that the payoff is greater. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Ledesma?
That was me you called on, right?
Yes.
Okay, you're a little muffled there. Okay, yeah, this isn't happening waiting 20 years to happen. This has been 20 years in the making. Nothing is easy in sometimes getting a project like this, especially one that ends up being a public facility for public works and everything else that's going in here. This has been, I concur with all my colleagues here that we've invested a lot in this, and there's a lot riding on this for two reasons. One is the facilities necessary for the courtyard and making everything better for those employees, given the best resources to be more efficient, and all that is right. The Pioneer Bluff is our future. It's the riverfront. It took a while to get the Bridge District going. I appreciate that analogy. The Bridge District, which is behind the mayor's head, wasn't like that 20 years ago. It was industrial land with rail spurs, with lots of owners who disagreed on how to get things done and didn't think it'd take centuries to get that built. And piece by piece, we moved the Bridge District to get moving. So I don't want to annotate history by thinking nothing was done. This has been a lot of effort to get this done. I recognize that, and I'm generally supportive of this. I'm just gonna, like, the budget is, and looking at it, and Roberta, you went through it. We will need to manage this very tightly, and I'm going to be supportive of it. But I'd like there is the funding plan makes sense, and I went through that earlier with Aaron. I know this is a time that we can pull from funds that benefits the road funds. That's the right methodology, that those who will use it those funds will need to help carry the costs. But those are costs nonetheless in an environment that is still a bit tenuous, and we don't know if it's getting better or worse. So, but we got to make these investments. We've got to make these investments for our future of our public facilities and our employees. And we got to make these investments for the economic development future of our city. And I'm just reminded, for Roberta and for Aaron, it was a year ago. It was you. I'm trusting you because you're the ones who came to us a year ago with projects that weren't closed out correctly. They weren't accounted for correctly. And we were, you worked. I am approving this because of the credibility walking in the door on how we will manage this. And that the accounting issues, which again put more discipline in our departments to carry costs, make sure we're on time. Everything else, we need to make sure we're on top of that. So again, I'm supportive of this, and I just ask for discipline that we need. This will be a great investment for our city, and its dual goals or objectives of it will be good for the city in a lot of ways. And but I just ask that there's a lot of diligence on this going forward. So I'll stop there. It's a late night, so thank you.
I'm definitely supportive of the project. It is like everything else. It has been a lot of steps to make happen, and these are not simple infrastructure projects to occur. But to cut to the chase, I'm not supportive of the Measure K allocation of nearly $500,000. While I understand the methodology for cost allocations that the finance director and the city manager evolved into over time, that was not the deal when the voters approved Measure K, or any of the ballot measures actually. And so this notion of those tax measures, which were passed for the specific purpose of adding additional amenities, are to pay an overhead cost, essentially an overhead charge for these sorts of functions. While it is not unreasonable on a going forward basis, it's not reasonable for those measures. Wasn't included in the measures. It wasn't included in their budgets that were shared with the community before folks voted on it. So I'm just not comfortable in that place. Secondarily, looking ahead to when the Climate Change Commission recommendations come forward, I'm not convinced that the fueling station add-on is the right investment to be making when we should be moving our fleet entirely in the opposite direction from building a future-oriented fossil fuel station, which is what's described in the staff report, isn't the policy direction I'm personally prefer either. And so without that additional add-on from the project that we had already approved and envisioned, you don't need the Measure K allocation, and you don't need to pull as much. You could save another $200,000 in either the general fund or the road fund, both of which have deep needs, current needs in the community. So as I say, I'm supportive of the proposal that funds what we have already scoped, but I'm not supportive of the option B add-on, in particularly because it requires a funding allocation from the voter-approved Measure K, and that's not appropriate for this purpose, in my view. All right, any further discussion? Oh, Councilmember Ledesma.
Yeah, I thank you for bringing that up. That was on my list, and I wasn't looking at it at the moment, but but that's something I had brought up earlier to Aaron, that given all our work, at least the last 18 months on the Climate Commission and where we need to be going that does investing in that kind of infrastructure for somewhere we may not be going and be forced to go a different route doesn't seem to make sense to me either. So thank you.
All right, further discussion? All right, and Madam Clerk, have we received any public comment on this item?
Nothing for item 19.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so seeing no further discussion, is it Mr. Laurel?
I just wanted to offer one nuance to that, where I hear it going there. Definitely, we understand the comment on Measure K. We actually included a note in the report that we would have an alternative funding proposal for that if it was the council's decision to go in a different direction. It would be proposed that it come from the general fund facilities replacement, or I may have the name wrong there, but it's a source that we would use for this type of facility. The caution I would just put out on the filling station is twofold. One, yes, we are definitely committed to the long-term idea of having a all-electric fleet. In fact, much of the investment in this facility is to prepare the infrastructure to allow for that. But the reality is we aren't there yet, and we're not going to be there for a little while. And right now we have a really inefficient fueling system. Having to use card lock facilities, it's very difficult to account in the way that we like to for the use of fuel. There's a lot of advantages to that. There's also a built-in security advantage of the new facility in that our police cars and our police fleet, which is also at the moment all fossil fuel, will be able to use the facility and provide an element of security, especially after hours where we store a lot of expensive equipment. So we are committed to that long-term change, and the Climate Commission recommendations are in line with that. But for the time being, this is not an underground facility. This is kind of as efficient and cost-effective as you can do for a fossil fuel station. So I would say we have the alternative funding available that we could swap for Measure K, but it would not be our recommendation to pull the fueling station out based on all of those points. So I just felt I needed to say that before. Thank you.
I hear it, and I for sure. I guess my response is that virtually everything that's going to make it, that has and will make a difference on the climate side, is stuff that is inconvenient, annoying, operationally infeasible, all of it. I mean, just the notion of electric vehicles themselves was, when it was said, well, okay, here's the deadline for production, here's the deadline, and all the manufacturers said exactly the same thing. The Climate Commission's targets, those are long-term, but the actions are not long-term. The actions have to be immediate, and they have to be profound. So it's not as though by not doing the add-on option, we suddenly that moment go all electric. But we're not making sunk cost investments in infrastructure that make it more expensive. It makes it cheaper to hold on to and to continue to invest in more fossil fuel powered vehicles if we have a fueling station. I mean, it changes the economics in the wrong direction. So it's a nice thing to have, but it's even without the Measure K funds, it's not as though we're swimming in money on this project. And the money that's coming from the general fund and from the road fund, as an example, those are real needs that we have. Some of them which we've talked about earlier tonight. You know, potholes being another. I mean, so it's not that it's not overall a nice thing to do, but relative to the priorities, I think the case has been very strongly made on the courtyard over time. But for me, at least, it's just not. For all of those reasons, that this one is not as high of a priority, and I'd rather see those resources diverted back to the general fund and or to the road fund where they're desperately needed. Councilmember Guerrero?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I had a question regarding eliminating there was something you said, Aaron, about the difference between DG, Silva, the two bidders, and one came in higher from the fuel station. So that was De Silva who was higher than DG Grand. Does that change who would be selected as a bidder as a result of removing the fuel station?
My understanding is it would not. The base bid was also the lowest
Okay.
for DG Grenade.
I see.
And,
Okay.
James will appear if I'm wrong, so thanks. It's in the report, though. The numbers are there in the column.
All right, then, if there's no further discussion, how about a motion on this item?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Moved by Councilmember Guerrero and seconded by Councilmember Ledesma. Councilmember Roski, you're just ready for the roll call?
Mr. Mayor, in spite of my trying to be compelling with my argument about the fueling station, understand that is part of the recommended action. So it would need to be a modified motion for.
So it is including the fueling station.
The staff recommended action is to include the fueling station. So I just want to make sure you're clear on what you're voting on.
No, yes,
yeah, in the motion.
Yes, it is included. Okay.
Yeah. The other thing you'll want to modify is the use of Measure K in your motion.
So to amend the recommendation to use, I think it's road funds for general fund.
If you're not comfortable using Measure K funds, the motion would be to approve the action, removing the fuel station, and then replacing, if necessary, any Measure K funds that would be allocated with the general rehab and replacement reserve fund.
But that would still keep the fueling station, no? If
No.
we use, no?
I think what she's saying, Martha, is that your motion needs to include both removal of the fueling station and
Okay,
to the funding.
okay, okay. I was actually intending on keeping the fueling station. That's what I thought originally, but I do understand that now we're removing the fueling station and replacing it with the alternative funding source that Roberta just mentioned. Measure K with the alternative funding source. Have it correct, Roberta?
That would be correct. We'll have to, once we remove the fuel station and reallocate costs, it is likely that Measure K would just fall off. But if
I see.
we would want to replace the Measure K funding with general rehab and replacement reserve funds.
Okay. As you recommended.
Okay, now I got to be clear. So that motion included both the removal of the fueling station and then changing the funding for Measure K, correct?
That's what I said, but I would defer to Martha.
Yeah, right. Is that so, Chris? You're okay with that?
If that's what you stated, yes, I will continue my second.
Okay.
My second is based on the removal of the fueling station and the changing of the funding.
Councilmember Roscoe?
I just want to clarify. The recommended action is to keep the fueling station included. However, the alternative motion that's on the table at this juncture is to remove the fueling station and substitute Measure K funding, correct?
That's correct. There would still be an additional funding portion needed, and by removing the Measure K fund, the remaining portion needed, even after you pull up the fueling station, would be the general rehab and replacement fund.
Now, if we remove the fueling station at this juncture, is there an opportunity to bring it back at a later time if needed?
I believe so, but I'd want James to confirm that. It would be the cost might be different, obviously, because it would have to be bid separately. James?
Yeah, at that point, we would want to rebid that item. I think there may be an outside possibility of, asking DG Grenade to agree to do so before the contract expires if the council were to change their mind, but we would have to get that in writing. But otherwise, yes, we would need to do a competitive bidding process to install an above ground fueling station separately.
And Aaron, can you remind me why the fueling station was part of the recommended action how important is it to this project?
Yeah, just in summary, right now we feel at card lock facilities in the city, so we feel it in multiple places under a contract. It allows us to create that efficiency of having one location, full accountability of our fueling, tracking of its use in a much better way. And then it has the added dimension of potential security benefit of having all city vehicles fuel there at all hours. So those were the reasons why we were recommending carrying it. In addition to it being a major cost, but not both a long-term, very expensive facility that's like an underground facility. So those are the reasons for why we included in the recommendation. But it's not a fatal flaw to moving the project forward. It just changes the operations a little bit. Well, it changes the operations. I'll just put it that way.
I'm supportive of keeping the fueling station.
That's what I thought I had heard.
All right, well, if you'd like to withdraw the motion and the second and then start fresh, that also will work.
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion. You may want to withdraw the motion and start again.
Withdraw the amended motion and place back the original staff recommendation with the alternative funding sources that Roberta described needed to fund the fueling station and making sure we don't use Measure K money.
All right, is there a second to that motion?
Yeah, I have a second.
All right. So that motion, that should be an easily a clear motion. And there's no further. Mayor Pro Tem Sandy, did you have a comment or just prepared to vote?
So it is persuasive to me that the question about adding a fueling station when we're working for climate change. So I'm just trying to navigate how I'll be voting on this. Sorry, I'm for the project, right? And I think it's persuasive about potential efficiencies for that. It's just an odd place to be, trying to make changes and then potentially build a new petroleum or a place where you're fueling. It's just cognitive dissonance, I think.
I think for me, it's not just the symbolism. It is okay. The next time you have to think, what should we do in 2023? What should we do with this part of our fleet? Well, the relative cost between all electric and fossil fuel at that point will be affected by the fact that we have a fossil fuel station on site. So that will reduce the relative cost of continuing or expanding fossil fuel driven vehicles. So it's for the very same reasons that it's being recommended. For efficiencies now will also change the economics of the decision later when it needs to get made. And that later is, if we're going to hit the targets that are both, they're not even the Climate Commission's targets, they're the climate's targets, as well as the ARB state imposed targets. We have to, if we can't take these kinds of actions quickly, there's no way we're going to be able to meet our legal and our environmental obligations. So, Councilmember, go ahead, Councilmember Briscoe.
Okay. I have to take responsibility for a mistake. A few months ago, I even mentioned it to West Sac PD that some of the new fleet down the road should be considered as electric vehicles. And, it seemed a little preposterous at the time, but it's been done in other places. And so I'm contradicting myself in that position. Even the fact that I bought myself a hybrid car on purpose for the purpose of, that end. And I hadn't considered that argument. And I'm persuaded now as a result. So I'm going to withdraw my second on this. I like my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Sandin, there's persuasive arguments on both sides, but at the same time, he who stands for nothing falls for everything. So I have to take a hard line on that one, and I'm not to recommend moving forward without the fueling station.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just be really clear, it's not an operational fatal flaw for this project. I don't want to make it sound like it doesn't work without it. I think your suggestion earlier of looking at it as a potential add-on, if we change our mind later, we realize we're going to need it down the road, it'll work. So I just want to make that clear that the project still has plenty of utility with or without it.
Thank you for that clarification, Aaron. So I'll withdraw the motion, knowing that we can add it on down the road and eliminate the fueling station and make sure we amend the funding sources as Roberta has recommended.
I have one question / comment, and I'm sorry for introducing this at the last moment. When you take out the fueling station, it certainly reduces the costs overall. The amount that's allocated to Measure K would be allocated through the methodology we used anyway. And so the question at that point becomes whether you would prefer to use road fund or the general rehab and replacement fund reserve. So I will leave that up to the council to weigh in. So that would change the motion.
So removing the fueling station reduces the project cost by $630 some odd thousand. The Measure K allocation that's proposed is $427. That should free up $210 or so, right? $1,000. So it's a question which accounts should get some savings as a result of that, or?
Well, no, if we'd have to reallocate. So by the fuel station is one of those that benefits, one of the pieces of that benefits all of the people who would be working there and is allocated across all of the funds. So if I remove that, I've got to redo the allocation, excuse me, stop, to ensure that no restricted fund is paying more than its fair share. So doing that allocation, I would still end up with an allocation to Measure K just based on authorized positions. And we could fund that allocation with either fund or the general rehab and replacement. And I don't mean to make it more complicated.
Okay.
I think our recommendation, hearing the previous direction on Measure K and kind of where that was going, we would say our recommendation would be to put it under the rehab and replacement fund.
Okay.
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 And Aaron, I like how you didn't put on your video when you proposed that. You're hiding from the.
Sorry, I'm here.
That was him that Roberta was saying, not shh, we're not now.
Okay, I think we're clear now.
Okay. So that's the motion, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Second?
Okay, so the motion is the recommended action minus the fueling station and minus the appropriation from the Measure K fund, and with the reallocation to be to the general support reserve and general facility support reserve fund, or
General rehab and replacement reserve fund. Yes.
all right, so that's the motion. And the second? Seeing no further discussion or debate, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Mayor Pro Tem Sandin,
Aye. Yes.
Councilmember Guerrero,
Aye.
Councilmember Ledesma,
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco,
Aye.
and Mayor Cabaldon.
Aye. All right, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you. That brings us into item 20, which is an update and actions on the city's COVID-19 response.
All right. I'll just hit the main points. COVID cases are still trending up. There are now over 1,000 cases in Yolo County since we started. In West Sacramento, we're right at 280. We're still watching the same metrics. We're also now watching the data on hospitalizations in Sac County. The Sac County COVID website has some really good data on hospitalization rates, even down to the amount of ventilators available. So those are numbers that we're definitely watching on the case side. In terms of significant events that have occurred in the last week, I did make the council aware that we had closed City Hall to the public for walk-in visits earlier this week. Appointments are still available. We're still full service. We still answer the phones. You can still get business done, but we did close to walk-ins at City Hall. Also, I know you're all aware that the governor made additional restrictions on uses. Yolo County now being on monitoring status applies to that. And so anything on that list, which included things like gyms and personal care services, can only be done if it can be accommodated outside. That's the short of it. Finally, there was the announcement today for our local school district that they will not be starting in-person instruction in the fall. That's a trend that I think is going to be probably national fairly soon, or if it isn't already, definitely in California. I think everyone's waiting on further guidance from the state on that point, but obviously that has impacts on a lot of the things that we'll be dealing with that we've been talking about from the start of this, much like when schools closed in March. So I won't go into more than that, but there's plenty in the report if you have any questions. So thank you.
Are there questions or comments on the COVID report? Councilmember Guerrero, is your hand up, or is that from the last item?
Sorry, I do have comments, but you did catch me with my hand up still. So I'll remove that. So yes, thank you, Aaron. I think that the modification to the order at the state level, and as a result of us being under the state's watch as a result of the increase in COVID cases, and primarily affecting the the Latinx community, and the Latinx community, because they are essential workers, they are ones that are cleaning office buildings, hospitals, working in grocery stores. And, you know, they are also going home to family members and infecting them. So I've been helping the county doing outreach and going to the stores and asking for them to put posters and educational material, finding in some closed stores that as a result of an employee who was infected with COVID, that store has been closed. And it's just trying to do all we can to reach out. I know you shared the list of retail businesses that receive masks. And because of the Latinx community being impacted, I thought maybe Artiaga's might have been included. And I checked in with them and they were not. I asked how we could do a better job in reaching out to them, gave them my business card. And so, you know, we can do more, even phone calls, walk-ins, just canvassing the businesses. And that's what I'm doing. Everybody's been really receptive to putting up the poster. There's one English, one Spanish, to do their part. I think we just need to provide them with the tools. And I know we don't have a whole lot, but I'm working with Metro Chamber, Sacramento Chamber, to disperse more masks because we received, I think, a limited supply. But there's quite a few more masks available. So I'm going to be doing what I can to provide additional resources to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or Mayor Pro Tem Sandine?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following up last week's meeting, Councilman Guerrero asked about the COVID fund, and I reached out after our meeting to the Yolo Community Foundation and the Executive Director, Jessica Hubbard, and I have a meeting with her this Friday. So I will be circling back and providing the council with more information about the expenditures from that funds and then organizations that maybe are on a hold list, et cetera. So I'll provide an update, but I just wanted to let you know that I did reach out to her and we have a meeting set up.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I also want to acknowledge the work of the staff team and our partners with the county on testing. The governor also, the State Department of Public Health also announced this week a prioritization system for the availability of testing, which is brand new. And that essentially says that there won't be, the state's not going to support testing other than for folks who are presenting with symptoms or are already in the hospital, or the bottom priority being those who have constant exposure to other people, like retail workers, bus drivers, teachers, and others. So that is a huge change and a huge step back from the entire system of asymptomatic sentinel testing that was the basis for the reopening, and it is extraordinarily concerning. What we know about Latino positive rates, for example, largely comes from the asymptomatic sentinel testing, not from the symptomatic testing. And so our ability to detect outbreaks before they begin to affect people, infect people, is dramatically reduced by not having asymptomatic testing. So it's very worrisome. I know the governor and the state are doing it because the testing supply chain isn't producing results for individual tests anywhere near the 2 days that is supposed to be the standard. So they're reacting to that emergency, but it is a major problem in the ability of the system and communities like ours to be able to control outbreaks of the virus. So hopefully they will get the supply chain issues underway. Get those resolved as soon as possible. In the meantime, there are still, like last time I checked, there were still test opportunities available in our community at the Community Testing Center next week. In the final week before that center closes here and moves to Woodland, and the center at Ellicott, and the one-day testing yesterday in Clarksburg. I know our team, but particularly the folks at the county, have been working really hard to deploy as much testing as possible, but we're running into a real challenge in terms of the impending lack of availability for any sort of asymptomatic testing that will allow us to continue to control the virus. So keep at it, Mr. Manager, but appreciate the work that's been done to this point to try to keep us safe. All right, so if there's nothing more in that report, then we'll proceed to the council calendar. Ms. Berlin?
Good evening again. No report from me tonight. Thank you.
All right, city manager report.
Yeah, it's just a reminder for next week. We do have a council meeting, and Amanda will be sitting in my place for that meeting. So just a reminder of that, but otherwise no report. Thank you.
All right, any questions on the city manager report? Seeing none, city attorney report.
Nothing to report.
All right, no, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Staff direction from members of the council.
I have a question. Yes, regarding the budget. Are we going to have an update on the budget anytime? Or, given that we're all having sales tax receipts, more information on that coming in? Or
Yes, we're planning on, well, we can do budget updates in the interim, but the budget midterm workshop we're planning for September, that will give us the full time to get the fourth quarter sales tax data, which really informs what we're looking at for the rest of the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have no future agenda item requests, so is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Sandine and seconded by Councilmember Ledesma. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on the motion to adjourn?
Yes, Councilmember Guerrero,
Aye.
Councilmember Ledesma,
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sandin,
Aye.
and Mayor Cabaldon.
Aye, that motion carries and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you everyone for a lot of hard work for some very important issues this evening. Stay safe and stay healthy. Good night.
Right.